What's up, friends? How we doing? It is Saturday. We've made it officially to the weekend, and suddenly I'm find myself in the Haven of Silk for some reason. Not sure how we got here. I did not log out here. But yesterday we made it to empowered monoliths. So now we have the level 100 versions of all these zones to do. And so it doesn't matter which one we do as far as like monster levels concerned anymore. The problem is I'm 17 levels below all of those zones. So we're gonna struggle for a little bit, but it'll all be okay eventually, I'm sure. We had a very easy time fighting Heorot. I actually ate the ice aura that he has with like 0 problems. I was tanking slams from the Harbinger that spawned after he died. Like, for the most part, we're pretty tanky. It's just like if like a big group of stuff walks up on me, and I have no mana and I can't like blow them all up with the meteors all at the same time, then we kind of run into problems. And our damage, since monsters have 60% more health and more damage, we're a little scared a lot of the time because we're not quite one-shotting things like we do in non-empowered monoliths, like level 90 monsters and 0 corruption. But that'll work itself out as we get some more weapon upgrades. And I kind of wanted to fiddle with my filter again. Although fire pen, that's one of the modifiers we're looking for, but I don't really have shards for it. We're breaking that. We got 3 of them. That's huge. So I kind of wanted to add a rule. What happens if we put that up there? We'll find out. Add a rule, recolor to red. Item type wand. Subtype, we want a crystal wand because I believe that has the highest mana. So it would seem. And we want it to have our ideal weapon is critical strike multiplier. Fire damage. Fire pen. And not ignite chance, stun chance. Increased stun chance. So like those are our 4 ideals. We kind of want at least 2 of them before we even think about crafting on something. What's this? We're not gonna worry about tiers. Is there anything else that I could consider? I kind of want to also add in like elemental damage or like spell damage generic. But fire damage is really ideal because I think it's going to have the highest range out of all those things because it's the most specific. But we'll start with that. See how it goes. See if we actually see anything that triggers that rule. I forgot to empty my inventory again. Still holding on to this. I want to put it in my stash, but we're holding on to that in case I get myself real close to 1,000 because that puts me up at 844 max mana. So we may end up wanting to use that. Who knows? Who knows? We'll figure it out. For now, we're just going to try and take our time. I'm probably going to go back to doing tombs and stuff. Last night, towards the end of the stream, I was trying to rush to get Empowered Monoliths open so we could be in them all day today. And we got it. I ended up kind of getting tired after like 11 hours and 15 minutes instead of like 45 minutes, which is what our goal. But we still got the Empowered Monoliths. And I slept like a baby last night. So I think we'll have no problem getting the full 12 hours today. Our damage, even with the 100 corruption we have in the zone, our damage is still enough to dunk on that like mini boss thing. Zero problems whatsoever. So I think a lot of the problem I was having towards the end of stream last night was I was just running, dude. I was not putting, like, I was not letting go of the W key ever. So we just kind of kept walking to mobs, and I died in back-to-back echoes, and then I was like, you know what? Maybe we're done for today. If we just take our time, relax a little bit, we'll get there. We'll get there. Nemesis. Yo, little crab ring. I don't really have anything to put in there. That all has LP now. Sure, Rain of Winter, that's a boss unique. Why not? That is not Prism. Perhaps. Brother, what was that dash? I tried to move to get out of it, and he just dashed perfectly along with me. That was toxic. So everything I said about W keying, that was wrong. I'm just weak, it turns out. We go again. Oh, that's probably not helping. Our necro res is a little too low. Even with the resistance being as clever as it is in this game, being 30% below the cap is still pretty darn bad. Probably just gonna start ignoring blue stuff. Or maybe I should just disable that rule. So would those items even show at all? No, they wouldn't. So recoloring counts as showing then. Good to know. I don't want to look at any ones that are not those. T6 mana. I haven't found any T7 manas on Helmet yet. But we'll throw that in the semi-usable tab. I didn't think about, well, last night I had a choice at one point between bringing my poison res from like 9 to a little higher, or bringing my necro res from the 38 it's at to a little higher. And I chose poison because poison was way lower. But I didn't think about the fact that the tomb monsters, I think, do a lot of necrotic damage. So I'm just kind of, by not having necro res, I'm kind of struggling against those monsters in particular. And there are lots of them. So it's a slight problem. These elemental dudes, though, don't matter one bit. It's great. Just walked into a champion with no mana. Feels bad. And he has more health. Huge. Mr. President, we got him. I'm gonna prioritize the monolith objective before I go in there. I do want to go in there and see how we do, but I want to make sure we actually complete a monolith, or an echo rather. This is a good moment to test something. What are the details of this? Hide normal magic rare. That's for all the stuff that I have. That's for all the stuff that I have uniques on. So we put this down here. So it should still show, and then it's below the wand. So we're showing all uniques, but then hiding those specific things. Okay, yeah, makes sense. I think we put it behind or below. This is just hiding all weapons that are not things that I care about. So yeah. That's good. We won't see, like... There was a purple sword over here, I think. Somewhere. Alright, well, I don't care anymore. But we shouldn't see, like, purple swords and stuff anymore. None of that beeswax, just the ones that I care about in the, Actually, that might be a bad thing. We don't want to hide specific bases. I think I just want to still hide those. Because I can't use... I can't use exalted weapons. Like they need to be the right base or the right kind of item. So we're gonna rename this hide weapon types I'm not using. Also, this has been bothering me. So yes, we don't want to see Dragonhorn wands in general. However, I want to see exalted wands because if I use a unique wand, then the base of the exalted wand doesn't matter. I just don't know if I want to use a legendary wand or not. I'm leaning towards probably not, unless the crystal wand unique is kind of a banger. We'll have to see. Alright, you know what? Let's just call this one a win. I also don't want to backtrack all the way over to that tomb. So we're doing 3 more points in there. I think 2 more points in here. And then 6 points in there. I'll probably go back and fill this up after that. And then, like, maybe we take Quintessence of Triumph. Maybe not. I don't know. We could take Sphere of Protection as well. Who knows? We got options, but I don't want to think about them right now. That sounds like far too much effort. Leave me alone with that beam. Stay away. Stay away. That wasn't even a crit, dude. That was just an attack. He just smacked me for 2,000 damage. Hmm. The hell modifier was on there. Enemies are deadly if they've not been damaged recently. Maybe that's what happened. I thought I had hit him like relatively soon. I didn't think it had been that long since I hit him. Maybe I need to pay a little more attention to the modifiers that we're giving these monsters. If this keeps going this poorly, I might have to, I'm going to be tempted to go down to the level 90 zones, but I also just don't think that's a good idea. We get 60% increased XP by doing this, which we don't have in the 90 zones. And it's not like we lose XP when I die either. It's just a little bit of a bummer. Wait a minute. Leave me alone. Stay away. Besieged Gardens. This is the Sentinel one. Brother, if you don't leave me alone with that damn tickle beam. I guess spinning is probably a better idea than running directly away from the beam. Did not think about that one. The panic was too strong. It was going so well. Yeah, this necro res is a real problem. Do I have any on this? No, that's void res. It was. I think I deleted the old relic I had. Is there any way we can fix that problem? Idols, I guess. Oh, we could gain 17%. That probably wouldn't be too bad. I'd have to drop Fire Pen, Fire Res, and Lightning Res, and a little bit of mana. I'm not dropping 11 Elemental Res and 29 crit chance with 6 multi. Yep. Turns out necrotic resistance is like mandatory, basically. This just in. It's a good idea to have resistance. You heard it here first. Okay, at some point I gotta run through and clear these ones that I've died in just so we remove the evidence. Well, so let's try this one again. Work our way around and clear my name, basically. Hey, try hitting me, you won't. That's right. I need to sit here and tank some necro damage just to make myself feel better as well. Next time we see a green monster, we'll let it happen. We did a little bit, and my health bar didn't move, and it was great. Owie. Okay, that still hurt. Fire is undercap now all of a sudden. But we do have a bunch of like just straight elemental damage reduction, so it shouldn't be a problem most of the time, I don't think. That's where I hit me with. Okay, it still hurts. But it didn't kill me, and that's what matters. The real test will be the next time we see a tickle beam. Don't mind me just clearing my name. And when we don't stun them, it's such a bummer seeing them dash away from my stuff. Only 3 more before the evidence is hidden. No one will ever know I got my ass kicked that many times at the start of this one. Wonder if there's a monolith reward that can give me necro res. Probably. It just might be the same one that gives me physical res, and that's the only well, how much did it give me? Like 40? Can never remember where to check that. Blessings. It is 40, so I would be capped without that. So we could change it in Hayruts. But it might be a different one. Yeah, well. We'll worry about it when we get to it. Part of it could be because I think the we're clearing these with no problems right now. I wanna say that's entirely due to the necro res that we shifted around, but it could also be that I think the echoes get easier when you die in them, just less dense overall, and so there's less stuff jumping on you and everything. So I don't want to say this is all entirely because of that. But we'll see when we clear all these bad ones out and then move on to some fresh ones. Owie. Owie. Well, there's necro damage. We want the other side of that. Resistance. Let's stop with all that, please. He whipped that around? What the hell? Right, only one left. I almost got again in that one. But I think I was just kind of letting stuff walk up and hit me a little too much. Lightning damage. Necro res. 25 forging potential and a dream. I yeeted all of it. Oh well. This is cool and all, but the Void Res is not the one we need. Also, losing Exalted Intelligence feels bad, man. One of the times I died was to those specific Pyramid Head dudes. I got charged by like 3 of them at the same time and ate every shot. Wait, there's more rifts, okay. Oh. I don't want to lose mana. Also, yeah, it's the wrong base. I could throw that in semi-usables. I think that's fine. Not gonna lie, the thing I keep thinking about while I'm going through these zones, it's something I think may actually be one of the more important changes that happened in the update, is that the tombs of the erased themselves, I think, are procedurally generated. And so they seem to work pretty well. And they mentioned in the patch notes that being able to procedurally generate zones is going to make it a lot easier for them to like develop new areas and stuff. So I really wonder how the development is going to change, like if they're going to be able to put out more stuff more quickly now that they have systems like that in place, rather than having to hand design every single zone. Which, I mean, hand design's cool and everything. Nothing wrong with that. But do we get the 3-month league system in last Epoch? We'll have to find out. Damn. I guess it's a good thing I did take that poison res. I do still need it, even if we don't run into poison monsters every single map. So we're hiding legendary uniques. Oh, because it's the wrong weapon type, right? Hiding because 4. Wait, 4? So I think we need to break this out. That'll probably be a little, that'll probably make a little more sense. Tier 6, we're good. Yeah, look at all those weapons I don't give shits about being hidden. Isn't that great? I don't even have to think about them anymore. Minion damage, minion health, physical res, void res. I mean, might just throw those in the stash. If I ever play a minion build, those might be nice to wear. The tickle beam. I think it touched me in it. Well, the tickle beam itself didn't do it. I was too focused on trying to stand in that, and I stood between both of them and was just taking the huge hits from that. Fuck. We got more evidence to erase. think if I still had the Necro Res that I had previously, getting hit by that Meteor would have one-tapped me. No matter how much ward I had. Ward per second for you or your allies while standing on Glyph of Dominion. Spark charge on melee hit. I think I'm good. Oh, I can't do... Yeah, I can't do subtypes if I pick up multiple. I'd have to duplicate this and then change the weapon type. But I don't know if Catalysts can have exactly the same mods as Wands can. Not sure. Seems like their mod pools are pretty similar, but not 100% on that. And also, I'm too lazy to go look. Grasp of the Blood Mage. That counts. That's close enough. We can count it as a Mage Blood, right? 21% of hit damage taken from bosses and rare enemies is dealt over 4 seconds instead. Wild. Plus 4 spell crit chance. 250% of mana spent reflected to you as damage. Yikes. Neat idea. Deferring damage is insane. More flat spell crit chance is pretty sick too, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to deal with that downside. Also, the base is not more mana. Can't abide that. Alright, we have to make sure we survive this one because it's got XP tomes. I need those. We're gonna play it real slow, real careful, although the objective is champions, which is a little dicey. He had more health, and he has more health from the zone modifier. Guess we got 2 more. Yo, purple lizard. We got another Vault of the Barnacle King. I still have yet to do the first one I got. Stupid ass bear never saw it coming. Oh, he did it. I cleared one without dying first. So I am gonna look for that Harbinger, or that Nemesis. We put something in there. The bow, it got damage over time, which seems questionable at best. Ah, yeah. Give me that 80k XP. We also really want the unique or set body armor because we're looking for prism wraps with legendary power potential on it. So it's kind of a good thing we ended up doing this one first, since that's the kind of thing we're after most. We need that. We need another Font of the Erased. We need another Calamity. More Harbingers of Stars would be nice. We got stuff we're looking for. But really, Prism Wraps with an actual good legendary modifier would be great. Still too afraid to do tombs right now. Scale Scorpion. Again, I feel like if I was doing this with no necrotic resistance still, probably would have died instantly to that tail beam. Bro, can we stop with the Veil Root? It's like my third one today. I don't even know why I have that one. Not even gonna try tanking the tickle beam. Every time I've tried to, it's ended poorly. And not necessarily due to the tickle beam itself. Let me teleport. Oh. Are there two skeletons? There are two scorpions. What the fuck? Video game, why? Hold up. We need to back off and take a minute. They found me. That's one. It was not the objective one. Ayo. 20% minion damage. It's not a high tier, but at least it's applicable. Double of Honest Tool with 2 LP. Exalted Ones wouldn't be the worst thing ever. Catalysts 2. The real question is it time to try a tomb? I think it might be. I think I understand a little better the pace I need to be playing at right now. So I think we'll be okay. Hint physical res plus armor. No, it's not Vanguard boots we really want, it's Citadel boots. Those are the big ones. We're gonna... We would become limited to tier 5 intelligence, but if it means we get capped on necro res and bring our fire res back up, that might be worth it. Survive! Damn it. 29 versus 34, we would lose quite a bit. Five intelligence, too. But, like, resistances are really good. We'd be capped on everything except poison. Now the tickle beam really is only a tickle beam. Chance to find potions. Gain haste for 3 seconds on use. Dodge rating. I think we're good. What do we have? I already have 2 LP on that. Oh. Hey, we do have more boss uniques we could just throw that stuff on. Like the foot of the mountain. Shit, it's the poison one. The one we're not capped on. That's toxic. Brother, what? Okay. It was going well until it wasn't. Maybe we wait a little longer on the the tombs. My health, I guess, is still too low. Which we'll get a little bit as I level up. Maybe I find more ways to generate ward. Who knows? Another thing that'll happen is the more mana we get, the more mana we can spend, which means the more ward we get, just because we convert or we steal some of that as ward when we spend mana. Why is life so difficult, dude? I mean, sure, we have some stuff that's like low armor, but maybe it really is just a I don't have enough ward generation problem. I don't think we have any crazy damage modifiers on stuff right now. Just the high health enemies take less damage. Maybe we should have a think about where our points are and where we could get more ward. Leave me alone. I mean, maybe we should put points into that instead of more in. Amount of ward is tripled if you have at least 60 intelligence. Not only is that 36 ward per second, that is also what 100 and no, not 100, 72 extra health for 6 points. We could take points out of the AoE. I'm not saying it would feel good, but it is a thing we could do. Or maybe we just do this as we level up. Just keep slow rolling it. So I do have 5 more points to reach before we're even within, I guess 5 now. Before we really are considered anywhere close to the zone level. What is my ward per second? Will it tell me? Do I have any? 91. So getting 36 will be another 30% increase. Ward does not decay below your ward decay threshold, and ward below the threshold does not contribute to decay rate. For example, if you have a ward decay threshold of 500, then ward will not decay below 500, and ward decay rate at 1000 ward will be halved. So it's actually good to get that as high as you can. We're gaining 68% of our mana. I'm sorry, we're getting 60% of our mana spent as ward, and then we're gaining 98% of our missing health as ward per second. Which means maybe we should. There's like an experimented mod on gloves that's like convert current health to ward. And that might be like the big thing that we use to trigger that. Because otherwise we're just not benefiting from the missing health at all. I should be paying more attention to those gloves. I'm pretty sure it was gloves. Only took 3 sets of meteors to kill that scorpion this time. Faster than I thought. Your intelligence is equal to your strength. That's pretty funny. Man, we died in there, which means I lost the guaranteed unique body armor. Or I guess it could have been a set too, but only if we were unlucky. We actually died in that one twice, though. I didn't think it through before going in the tomb the first time, and then we got one-tapped by that damn goat thing with the plants on its back. Can we do it? Can we do it? Lightning damage. Fire damage, we hit it. Freeze rate multiplier is a bummer. But what value is fire damage? Yeah, 70 to 104. Kinda beats 58 to 79. So I was right. Fire damage is most specific, so it is the highest. Same crit multi-roll. I just want stun chance more than I want fire pen. This already has freeze rate multiplier on it, so I'm not that worried about it. Fuck! Oh well. This we'll lose 7 added damage, which is a bummer. 61,143. Yeah, that goes down quite a bit because of that. Or we're gonna try it. We also got a high roll on the mod itself. 104% stun chance. calling that a win. I was wondering what happened to this tile set. Just remembered another thing I can do is casting teleport converts a percentage of your current health into twice as much ward. So I think that would be 9%. Yeah, it is 9% of your life, and that turns into 18% of your life as ward. So we would lose 90 and gain 180. Not sure if that's worth 3 points. I guess that wasn't a boss version or like a champion version of that scorpion. They can just kind of pop out of the ground like that. Now we know. Taste of blood I already have. Bro, why are they all over the place? Int, strength, CDR, armor. I mean, literally all I care about is the int there. Probably not worth the effort. Yo, finally a mage. It's been 20 years since I saw one. Fuck! It's still been 20 years since I saw one. 3,000 damage though. It's wild. Here I was thinking Necro Res was the main problem with that. type of damage. The other problem is that they just have thousands of it, and I have like 2,000 on a good day. Oh, another mage. Will we make it this time? We got him. Unfortunately, we didn't find what we were looking for. Show. I believe it is ward per missing health. Yo, B on potion use? That sounds insane. We're actually gonna recolor it to turquoise, I guess. If we hit a suffix, we're in there. Let's fucking go. We hit the right one too. That feels good. Necro res. How high do we need it to go? We don't necessarily need it all the way up at 38. But higher is probably better because I'm sure we have a source in there somewhere that I would like to remove. I like that one. Oops. Now if we can just... Oh, it ate like 23 forging potential. That's the downside. Fuck. Yep. That ain't worth shit. What a bummer. We had it too. It's all the right stuff, just not big enough numbers. And we would have gained what, 155 armor, so that would help us a little bit with that fizz mitigation. Reduce bonus damage taken from crits. I haven't really been dying or like noticing crits on a lot of the death reports. But if we're dying to regular hits, we'll like double die to crits when they do happen. So mitigation on that is probably not a bad idea. Don't think we need to worry about upgrading this anytime soon. Maybe this time we live. Do we go again? This one only has 26 forging potential. We hit the wrong suffix that time. We did preserve the FP with the Glyph of Hope, though. What if we do it again? Get it out of here. I wanted to keep the armor. All three with cast speed, really? YOLO no. Son of a bitch. What is my ward decay threshold? 325. Maybe we should think about boosting those. Not with strength on it. So why is the astrology wand flat out worse than a crystal wand? If it's like a rare base, like everything about this is worse. Unless there's something I'm missing that seems kind of questionable. Also, that Celestial ring looked kind of interesting. Having more ward decay threshold on rings rather than running double font of the erased. Maybe. But percent mana is pretty good. Int mana elemental res, but it's a nice combo of stuff to have drop on there. I think I am going to put this back on. Every time I think about the spell damage lost, it makes me feel sad. I don't know if the 11% more increased damage, or 11% extra increased damage is worthwhile enough. If it rolled like more in the 100% area, maybe. But ideally we get a wand that has like at least 59 spell damage on the implicit, plus 100% range in the fire damage. And all that jazz. Can I hit Meteor all the way up there? Sure can. If I can see it, I can Meteor it, I guess. That one little projectile did 200 damage. We're about to run out of enemies to slay looking for this ambush. I might have to go in the tomb. Because the enemies in there can trigger the ambushes as well. There it is. Here's the champion as well. May as well go get him. See what he drops. Hopefully those aren't famous last words. Kind of creepy looking. I never looked that closely at that monster. All these wands and none of them turned red? Come on now. I saw a fire pin. That's poison pen. Never mind. Up to 37k there. I think I am gonna go spend some. We need something. I wonder if we can get any rings with Weaver's Will on them. Prophecies. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Frostlich Formosus is the boss we're actively working towards. We may as well. Death of a Monolith boss, sure. $240 corruption? No thanks. Rare bone imps. No thanks. I'm gonna look around for other things. Those are like idols plus resources. Wasn't there one here I kind of wanted? I don't think so. I don't know why, but this counter has been bugged like forever. It always just kind of picks a random number after you use it. Celestial boots, Faraya. That is, I think that is the ward decay threshold boots that we were looking at from that one chest. Unique helms. No, I'm not entirely sold on those boots. I am kind of sold on Calamity though, so looking for more copies of that would probably be better. My gloves are still pretty bad. I don't know if there's a set of unique gloves that I want, so we may as well look at them. Let's look over here, see if we can get any wand or catalyst stuff. Ah shit, there was another one. I didn't look at it. The one we got's pretty good though. Staves. 160 corruption. I think there's a compass thing or whatever these are, a lens that lets you adjust to the kinds of things you find from there. Increased chance per rank for wand prophecies. I like that idea. Boots, belts, body armor, I think is what we want for that. The other ones I'm not too worried about right now. These ones are just like really heavy RNG. Wow, look at that body armor. I know that's just armor with Weaver's Will. It's also armor, but I'll take it because it's really simple. Unique equipment with 1 legendary potential. Okay. I'm poor. Oh, maybe the Weaver's Will requirement in, or the Weaver's Will condition in that set of stuff, or like in that prophecy, is like a minimum. But yeah, we're kind of loaded up on these now. Should be fun. And most of it's just without doing anything specific. You just kill rares, kill bosses, maybe some specific like timeline bosses, but one of them's Frost Witch Formosus or whatever his name is. Frost Lord. So we'll definitely get that later. Wait, focus comes with mana? That's sick. It makes perfect sense, but I kind of forgot that focus could also gain levels. Yeah, buddy. Now, unfortunately, I haven't really made rules on my loot filter for specific purple stuff or boots or any of these types of slots. So we just kind of have to look for them. I've only really specified the kind of weapon, the kind of mods I want on a weapon. And unfortunately, none of it's exciting. Mobile game? I think it's a little more mobile than PoE 2, that's for sure. Look at that, we got teleportation skills. What the hell? That's crazy. Ow. $87 level requirement. Kind of wild. Although, percent mana. Did not realize there was an implicit like that around. Would that be enough to make me take off prism wraps? I don't know. 31% less damage taken is pretty crazy. I mean, elemental damage and crit chance is not useless, but not that insane either. The other thing is elemental damage leeches health on hit or on crit. Will also be really good for us when we get the glove mod or the experimental mod that says lose health, gain ward, or lose percent of current health, gain ward. So if we keep replenishing our current health by leeching like hell, then that's also really good. It becomes an even stronger defense. So I think it's still going to be really hard to replace prism wraps. But first we need to get an exiled mage to drop me something with that mod. Unfortunately, not this time. One day we'll get tier 7 int. I firmly believe. Turns out we're done here. I don't know, those are the boots I was wearing. I think we're gonna delete that one. We continue. I think it's been what, like 3 in a row since I died? We're kind of gaming now suddenly. Hey yo, we hit the move speed. Sick. Ward per second for you or your allies while standing on glyph. Ward decay threshold while standing on dominion. Ignite chance converted to fire is shred. So on. Duration of ignite chill shock. Fire resistance shred. Cold resistance and lightning shred. Buff skills. Okay. And this will all have 1 LP, so I'll probably hold on to it just in case we want to like make something out of those. 2 LP on that one. Tier 7 int. It exists. With health and increased health. Could we drop 15 fire? Not really. So both of those suffixes are scuffed. I'm gonna put them in the usable tab because tier 7 int is good. Still not sure if I have unique boots that I am looking for. I haven't found anything too crazy, but I think there was like Solaron Step looked like it could be a little applicable or something. Maybe it wasn't that one, but I did see a pair of unique boots that looked kind of interesting. on to that one. Another idiots. Nice. We need these mages now. Honestly, I should have been paying attention to the experimented items this whole time, but I just couldn't be bothered. Now that we have a civic need, kind of interested. Don't even know why I'm looking at them. I'm highlighting the ones that have the mod I want. So if they're not the right color, I shouldn't even pay attention. Is that a different Pearls of the Swine? I thought it was green. More damage to bosses and rare enemies. Neat. I don't know why I'm still here. I guess that helps. Get me the hell out of here. Got up to tier 5 move speed on those. Cold and minion damage. Damage over time plus sealed throwing damage. Why not? Alright. This is the objective I've been waiting for. We get 3 rune prisons. And a dream. Just need to find a usable piece of gear with one specific mod on it. And honestly, I'm not even sure it has to be usable. I know there's some stuff you can do with experimented mods to make you able to either craft them or seal them or something. Don't really remember how it works. It's been too long. But I know the system exists. Ward gain on kill, ward decay threshold. Probably not the most useless thing ever. But I need to remember, I think it's a rune? Or we have to do something to get that rune. Is it last epoch rune of research? Oh, that doesn't exist anymore. What is that one? Oh, Rune of Creation duplicates the item but reduces the forging potential of both the original and the copy to 0. Okay. So that thing I was looking to do does not exist anymore. Does that mean there's no way to seal experimental mods? We just have to seal the other stuff? I believe that is what that means. But it did also hit a tier 6 copy of that. Maybe we should just hold on to it and throw it in the stash as a piece of interesting gear. I feel like my chances of surviving a cemetery are not particularly high. Let's go for it, though. You never really know, do you? Another Frostfire Caverns. Yeah, maybe we should run those places, since it's got Mage loot in it. This man takes up the entire bubble. It's toxic, dude. Leave me alone. And he has that high stun avoidance. What an asshole. Yikes. We got him. Bro. The moment I lose all my ward, I just explode instantly. And that was... that fucking Titan leech over there blasted me with like 17 projectiles before I could get out the way. What'd I tell you? Unlikely to survive. So you do lose stuff still if you die in a cemetery. Echo has already been entered previously. It now has a much lower chance to include random encounters, effects from the Weaver tree, or Echo-specific mechanics. Alright. And we don't gain stability for beating it either. But I guess we could still use the altar even if I do die. So there's that, but let's go a different way for now. We did better than I expected to. We lasted longer. I did not miss this layout at all. I think if we'd gotten hit by that bear, it would have been a very scary ordeal, because monsters here have plus 15% crit chance, like base crit chance, and that bear had further increased crit chance. Probably a pretty significant chance by that point. Honestly, the ward threshold may actually be the most effective boot base for us. Thankfully, I'm practically invincible to elemental damage most of the time. So that whirlpool thing does like nothing to me now. Getting close to our first boss. Somehow, some way, we're getting there. Honestly, since I have this site open, I think I'm just gonna finally look. Mana. Search by, well, I guess. I was hoping we could just search uniques by mana. Is there anything that gives crazy recovery? 30% increased mana. Although it's damage dealt to mana before health, you have no ward. Yeah, okay. That comes from whom? Wait, using Rune of Ascendance on Ruined Visage that has mana and damage dealt to mana before health. Prefixes. With 21 plus total affix tiers. That's so specific. Kind of neat that they're adding stuff like that, though. We can scroll down just fine. Scrolling up is scuffed though. What this? Oh yeah, it has at least 40 mana. Increased mana regen. More mind over matter. 4 to 8% chance to take 0 damage when hit. That's kind of nice. It's an Aberoth drop though. Or host only. %1 increased mana regen. 2% uncapped lightning res. Not that interested. Mana regen. When you cast Elemental Nova 6 times without a 2-second gap, the 6th cast gains a billion area and a billion damage. Bunch of max mana. We have some stuff for Elemental Nova, but I don't think that's what we're going for. If we could leech damage as mana, that'd be pretty sick, wouldn't it? Wait, meteor showers still only count as 1. Okay. So there's no point in having extra meteors there. This consumes Meteor's mana cost, does not include crits from Meteor itself. That's not accurate. I'm triggering Meteors off of Meteors, like, all the time. Not interested in weapons that are not wands. We've been over why the ladle is a bad idea. This is basically going to show us all of the wands, I think. Although, wrong warp. Teleport or transplant, you're teleported to a random nearby location, become immune to all damage and gain chrono warp for 10 seconds. Cast and move speed. When you cast Teleport or Transplant, you time lock up to 10 enemies around the destination for 1 second. Bosses are slowed. Instead of locked, gain haste, spell damage per move speed, CDR for Teleport and Transplant. I mean, if we could get that with 2 LP, but who knows how difficult that is. Well, what? It's 4%. Though it is a very rare drop. Could just get it from Runes of Ascendance, though. I mean, say we hit that with both suffixes we go for, like crit multi and fire damage or something. Somehow we get 3 LP, which is not very likely at all, but not completely impossible like LP4 is. And then we hit the stun chance, but that's like entirely secondary. It would probably be Fire Pen would be the suffix we would want to go for. So I guess Wrong Warp is a thing we could possibly potentially do. I'm not too terribly in a hurry for that though. And it is the same base as the one I like, so those implicits are the same. I feel like I should probably make sure there's nothing crazy in the staves. Minions. Mana spent gained as maximum mana for 5 seconds up to 500. Something like that, you know? Plus 1 spell damage per 10 max mana for Doom Pulse. Yeah, that kind of sounded like an Aberoth thing. Although, Harbinger of War can drop it too. Which is the timeline we're in. But we would lose about 1 billion crit chance by dropping my Catalyst. I guess Jolra's Star Dial could be usable too. We do have one that has 1 LP. Actually, you're almost guaranteed to get 1 LP, so that's nice. It's just 2 where you're like kind of questionable. Although I guess if you want to farm them, you can just do Chronomancer Jolra tier 1. The red ring. What about amulets? 200% of maximum mana added as stun avoidance. Mana guide, that sounds promising. While channeling focus, you move towards your current target location at 80% of your movement speed. While channeling focus, you cast lightning blast once per second. Wait, mana regen from focus is half as effective. Bruh. Less armor while channeling. More mana regen. Ward per second while channeling. Why is this so questionable? Although being able to move while channeling focus sounds sick. Just an uncommon drop. +1 to +2 levels of all skills, -20 to +50 mana regen, -10 to +20% more armor, -5 to +15 all res. Current health and ward lost when you use invade. That's like Aberoth for sure. Orion's Eye, less void damage taken is 100% of void damage taken is fire. Less fire damage taken, +75 to 150 max mana. Duration of stun immunity after being stunned. What the hell? That's the one I want, because then we can just drop all of our void res. And we get 75 to 150 mana on there. But also that is not a boss drop, that is just a random drop. Mana regen, 5 to all res. It's 3 attunement. Cast speed with fizz and fire spells, crit chance and stun chance with fizz and fire spells, health regen. Fizz and fire damage. I mean, that would not be useless. But not hugely useful either, I don't think. It just says mana on the implicit. Mana on the implicit. Percentage of health regen also applies to ward. That's kind of neat. Can only drop from tier 4 Chronomancer. Alright. Well, there was nothing crazy bonkers in the mana department. Like, mana guide could be neat. But I'm kind of leaning more towards Orion's Eye for an amulet that I want. But, like, good luck getting that. So, I don't know. We'll find some stuff for sure. But I also have to use the restroom before we continue, so... we're going to do that real quick. But I appreciate y'all watching. I hope you're enjoying. If you are and you haven't already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch, the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll keep going from there. Alright, friends, we made it. It's time. So we have a slightly better idea of what uniques we'll be wanting to go for. Looks like nothing that we really need to farm any specific boss for. I'm still unsure if I want double Will of the or double Font of the Erase or dual Star Dial, since I do use teleport all the time, and I do get other buffs by doing that as well. So like having more buffs tied behind it might not be the worst thing ever. Poison damage. Bro. What the hell? I did pick that up, so at least that's something. I may actually go do a Temporal Sanctum real quick. Just to try and make a, turn the Star Dial I do have into something. But I don't know if I have like any rings at all, do I? Cold damage, crit chance, health, poison res. I've been I've been undervaluing the purple rings for whatever reason. So maybe we're not doing that just yet. That one did actually roll pretty good too. Aside from the implicit. That's kind of underwhelming, but oh well. So when we'll start paying attention for purple rings, and then we'll go do Temporal Sanctum. By the way, that was going to be XP tomes, unfortunately, which we've just lost. Should have been more careful about the revive. Oh look, it's this thing again. That's what killed me last time I came through this cemetery. Is there anything we want to put in there right now? Can't put the star dial. It's got LP already. Maybe we can put that in there because it's kind of a neat item. That's about it. Heck it, why not? Quicksilver coil. And with 2 LP seems kind of nice. 1 LP. Another one of those. That could have been worse, I guess. No lizards. I had my hopes up. I feel like probably no matter what, these leeches need to be target number 1. There's just so many overlapping projectiles, but it's kind of ridiculous. We made it. Thing is, I'm kind of scared to use these things on empowered monoliths when I die so much here. We'll do our best, I guess. I could do those ones too, but I'm gonna start with these and see how they go. This one has still barely rolled into anything useful. Unforge. the Great Bridge. The real question is, how are we going to do against the boss of this place? He's not so bad as far as monolith bosses go. But I have been getting my ass beat pretty much all day so far. But it feels like it's mostly just been necrotic damage monsters for the most part. Sure, there's been a couple massive physical hits here and there, but I don't know. It's just mostly ice damage. We might be totally fine against him. I just want my mana back. I don't know whose fires whose anymore. Did he die? Yes. Lightning damage. Wow. Just gonna ignore that Nemesis for now. I want to make sure we get through this. Atonement. Hold up. Redeem that shit. Redeem that shit. Well. Didn't roll shit. I probably should only do that on rings that, or items that have tier 7 affixes. That's his ally or allied damage resistance aura. Did we really need an entire essay in the flavor text? Hold up. Shatter set items to extract their essence as set shards to be used for further crafting. I have no idea what that means, but let's try it. We'll break the sunshine stuff. How can I not put it in there? I guess if we're doing... We should probably grab a set with 3 things in it, shouldn't we? Should be that one, and... excuse me, that one. Oh, you can use 3 full windows. Okay. Augments an item to grant it a new property or improve an existing one. Ah, I thought it would be like turn certain things or like craft specific set items. Although, hold up. Are we actually gonna be a set enjoyer? Hold up. Plus 139 to mana. Meteor is converted to lightning. Well, up to 400% increased lightning damage. Plus 1 spell lightning damage per 2 intelligence. And shock duration per intelligence. And shock chance per intelligence. 5 int on there, plus 1 lightning spells, which fireball Meteor would probably turn into lightning. The thing is that spell damage is barely any better than a wand. And then I don't think we can have legendary potential on sets. Like, I don't think that exists. But then again, you get all that flat spell lightning damage for 2 intelligence, which I have 70 last I saw, so that's 35 more, meaning 112. And doesn't this helmet have intelligence too? A little bit. It's kind of tempting to try out. So I guess we should just shove as much stuff in there as we can. And all the small items. Yeah, buddy. So I guess we have a reason to pick up set items that we don't care about now. Interesting. We're gonna rush up for the tail chance because I really want to know what that does. Grab ourselves another point here. This might actually put us over what we need for Formosus. Slay enemies to lure out an ambush. Crit chance with intelligence on it. Kind of prefer mana, but okay. Blue lizard shrines are so fun. Guess that's all we had to do. Fine by me. We got two of them. Question is, do I removal rune or do I chaos glyph? I'm leaning towards chaos glyph. And a mana regen, tempting as well. Crit chance isn't the worst ever, but it's not like ideal. Yeah, I don't think we can really use that. Oh well. We'll find another one. Let's go do Formosus, shall we? Oh, and the Harbinger too, I forgot about that. We'll let him do that. It feels so sad DPSing into the ward when I know I could just stall out and not use my mana. That wasn't so bad, now was. Oh yeah, forgot. This man also has ward. Ow. What if I just run away before channeling? Maybe we... Owie! I guess not. At least that all came with me, even though I wasn't on top of it. Oh, so we have to fight Formosus again then to actually get the reward. So we'll just turn off. We'll turn off the Harbinger because clearly I'm not quite there yet. I think we really need that the war generation from the experimental mod. Since we have basically no phys damage mitigation, that's probably what we're gonna have to do to get like an actual reasonable amount of ward. It's clearly what we're at right now is too low. Some of that. They get up on their legs. That's funny. He got right to the damage reduction aura. What a smart little guy. For all the good it did him. ward per second, ward decay threshold. That would probably be like an ideal suffix for us. Only tier 6 though. Tier 7 physical res. Tier 6 int. Not impossible to make that work, although they're not the right base. Get them out of here. Those ones, though, are slightly better. It has T5 attunement on it. What happens if we do that? Health goes away. Fuck. It only took all of the forging potential. And all of the mods to actually get off the one that I wanted. What if we just try... and see what happens. Somehow we got to tier 5 there. Okay. It's void res, right? So close. I don't think we can lose 38 void res. Not quite. It's also an absolute minimum roll on the mana, and almost absolute minimum roll on the mana regen. Neat though. Close, close. I was thinking we wanted mana on the ring if we're doing Jorah's Star Dial, but like maybe we don't. Maybe we do though. I don't know, just the thought of having my mana go up for like temporary amounts of time feels kind of bad. Maybe that would be better served with like a crit multiplier or something like that if rings can have that. Just like some kind of big damage mod. Yo, another lizard. The lizard maxing is working. Chance to bleed on hit gained his bleed chance per second with hail of arrows. Neato. Wow. Grab that for later. Would you look at that? We lived. Let's try that again and turn off the Harbinger this time. We ain't ready for that kind of thing yet. We got there. What's this? Two-handed spear drop. I think I'm good. I don't want any of that. Can I pass? I feel like this is actually detrimental, like if I take any of these. I don't want one. I don't want any of this. What's the smallest number? 81, 65, 69. Nice. I don't want to confirm it, you fool. Now I feel kind of obligated to keep farming this place until I get Wand. Or like Catalyst or something. 2 LP Frozen Eyes of Formosus. Frostbite on hit, Frostbite duration, freeze rate multiplier, ward gain on freeze, ward retention per uncapped cold. Necrotic damage. Freeze rate per stack of chill, minion freeze rate per stack of chill, chance to chill on hit. Minion cold damage. 2 LP and it rolled 14 on the cast speed. Nice. I mean, I guess we're doing it again. Didn't necessarily want to, but running around with plus a 65% chance at getting something I don't care about seems like a really bad time. Can empower it again. I don't think I'm gonna worry about it right now. I don't really have more stuff I'm antsy to throw in there. Sure, by not doing it, we're kind of losing out on more chances at different uniques. Because that is where I got Prism Wraps in the first place. And we might find other things I care about, but I just don't really want the added risk right now. I don't think I've died to a Nemesis yet, but it could happen at pretty much any time. A super beacon. I think we're gonna fiddle with this again. Let's duplicate it and go gloves. Did I not save it? Gloves. Then we want specifically arcane bracers. Is there any other fun ones? Not really. We want to clear that. Put it back. As far as affixes on gloves, we're looking for mana. Intelligence. And then I guess it's like any res, basically. Kind of wish we could have more than one set. Oh wait, can we? We can. Nice. So we want like one of each of those. Let's do the same with boots. Right now I'm using move speed, intelligence, double res. That's probably fine. Is there a specific kind of boots I want? I think I'd be okay with Hailborean, Arcane, Solarum, and Citadel. Or Celestial as well. Well, Celestial is just shittier Arcane, so maybe not. Movement speed. Or intelligence. I don't know why I did that. Accessories would be Relic. Mage we don't want. We want the warding scroll for all that sweet, sweet mana, dude. Kinda wish there was a deselect all button. This was also... two of those, and then... mana... intelligence. If we could have multiple item type conditions... Wait, can we actually? No. If we could have multiple item type conditions, then... Fuck, I just lost it. Okay. If we could have multiple item type conditions, then I could probably, like, fold those in with the same... like with one of the other rules that we want the same stats on. However, we cannot. Thankfully, we can have multiple affixes. This specifically needs to be a warding scroll. So boots we're looking at, gloves we're looking at, relic we're looking at, wand we're looking at. That leaves the ring open, amulet, and I guess the offhand. Catalyst, we want... yeah, probably fire damage. Crit multiplier. Specifically, the crystal skull. I guess it's double res again. What was that suffix I was looking at on the amulet earlier? It was ward decay threshold. We probably want that. Amulet we want. Is there a base we particularly care about? I mean, crit chance is alright. So the Amber Amulet is a unique only base, which is from the Mana Path, I think. Unique, I think that's the name of it. We could also go for one of the res amulets. May not be the worst thing ever. Can't have it. Okay, good to know. Mana for sure. Even though it's a suffix, I think we want ward for second ward decay threshold in the like priority. Critical strike chance, I'm like, I could go either way on. So we'll start with those two mods. And then affixes also we want res. And just one of any of those. Oh. Excuse me, so sorry. The chance to ignite on hit, don't really care about. Health may work, maybe it might not. But honestly, this amulet not having any resistance on it at all is probably a big part of the reason why we're having no poison res. So replacing that at some point would probably be pretty good. I think one more thing I also want to do is recolor to that pinkish. Well, I was thinking of highlighting anything with a tier 7 affix, but also I thought there was a way to just do that without having to select every single modifier. So never mind. We'll take that one back. Alright, hopefully that'll help us speed things along a little bit. Nearly died. Oh, it's still alive. Oops. Where are all these skeletons coming from? Man, when we have mana, we do great, dude. We don't. Sometimes it's a real struggle. 7 all res. You know what? I think I'm just gonna... We whiffed. That's fine. We're playing a numbers game at this point. I'm gonna go get that mage. And then we'll leave. Yo, a ladle with LP on it. Nice. If we're looking that specifically... at gear, then I kind of just want to hide all rare items. Seems like kind of a waste of time to look at that point. By the way, I really hate that it does this so soon. Although I say so soon, maybe it's not that soon. But I'm really not looking to do the old Oribusy right now. I don't need that at the moment. I saw 3747 damage from that man up there. I don't even know what the fuck that was. I didn't see anything at my feet. The one I was going after was aiming over here. Dear fuck. Somehow we got the boots anyways. Break the rest of it. Turns out it's not that hard to get boots with move speed and 1 res, so we'll probably just rune of removal automatically if we see stuff like that with no open prefix. I'm suddenly way more interested in picking up set items now that I know we can delete the we can delete them for shards that I think we wouldn't otherwise be able to get. Spell crit, crit multi. And stun chance. Ooh. I don't care too much for the spell crit though. It has 7 forging potential. How? I didn't even know things could drop that low. If I do Rune of Removal, it's just going to use all of the stuff. May as well just break it. And nothing for it. This physical damage is getting to me, dude. What do we even do? I didn't realize armor is all hits. Turns out that shit's probably pretty good. Do I really have to go back down to non-empowered monoliths? I kind of don't want to. Let's just look for stuff for modifiers that don't give them damage. I don't really care too much about stability right now. I do want it because I do want to go beat up Formosus again, so we can get like an actual useful blessing. However, not in that much of a hurry for it. Owie. Leave me alone. I want to be free. We made it. I'm not going to touch that guy for a very long time because that was an empower. Meaning he's going to be even stronger next time. May have miscalculated things there. Crit multi, necro, and poison res. Actually huge. With an open prefix. We just lose out on the elemental damage, but that tier 6 elemental damage is probably, like, if the modifiers are the same magnitudes, then it's probably less than we can get if we do fire damage up to tier 5. And this has 6% spell crit. Actually huge. And 15 in. So we just have to not fail the very, very easy crafting stuff. Okay, so far so good. We're in there. Oh, it worked. We got tier 5. On everything. I guess I could have tried to seal something, but I just wanted to focus on getting it right first, you know? Though we do lose void res. How much? 39, that's quite a bit. I might be able to squeeze some out with idols. Void is probably scarier than poison is. My crit chance is back to 47 from 42, so that's nice. We'll have to deal with the void res problem until we get back to, or at least to somewhere where I can access my stash. Ladies and gentlemen, we've survived. Void res. Over necro res, I think we can. Oh yeah, we can definitely drop some necro res now. I feel like I should be collecting small idols with resistance on them. Just so we can swap them around. Recolor to... I don't remember the normal color of idol drops. We'll do this light green one. And we'll just do those ones. That looks fine. More stash tabs, more uniques. We don't have enough. We finally broke 1,000,000 gold too. Nice, nice. Ritual Lake, I honestly may just run all the way through. It's a big place. Lots of enemies. Ideally, lots of XP. Lots of lizards works for me too. Although if I dive too far in there, I'm worried I'll die. Well, thankfully with the objective, we kind of have to run all the way through here. Distract them, beetle. Vitality, move speed, physical res. Mint and elemental res. 21 forging potential. Oops. I just smacked that vitality, dude, and we're in there. It's not vitality. This one, though, we just have to beat the forging potential problems. Oh. Oh. Nice. That's why we put that on, so that way if we get critical successes, we benefit from them, but we only got to tier 5 move speed. I'm kind of leaning against the res boots. The more I see them, the less excited I get about them. Or decay threshold ones are probably still pretty good. That's a lot of elemental damage. We hit it. Huge. Crit multi. Skull. And then stun. One forging potential left. Is there anything else fun we could do? Oh, I forgot about Glyphs of Envy. That's for like yeeting stability into a monolith. Seal that fixed move to its own slot. It's too late for that. Reroll things within their tiers is an option, but elemental damage is high, crit multiplier is high, stun chance is high, so we don't need to do that. I think we're okay with it. Probably, yeah. A casual 90% increase. Sorry, 90% more increased elemental damage. Probably outweighs the loss of 3 flat spell damage. $68, $63. Yep. Even the tooltip agrees with me. Which, that's actually 5k is like kind of close to a 10% like total damage increase. Which I think is pretty solid. Well, my void res is still scuffed. Gotta be real careful around those. I wonder if it would be better for us to spec out of Elemental Nova, that thing. The triple explosion thing. We can still use teleport. But honestly, if we had Fireball back and we can just spam that all over the place, that might be better. Kind of keep us from having to get into as many dicey situations, and it would give us a low mana thing to do when I'm running away from bosses and panicking and stuff. Kinda want to try it. That would mean we would have to spec 3 points out of teleport as well. Get rid of the explosions. Our minimum specialized level is still 10, but they gain XP fast as shit up to like level 19 last I saw. So it should be okay. Fireball has cast speed, reduce fire res. I don't know if I want Seeker's Ash or not. I probably do. Maybe I just don't want Embers. Would the Giga Fireball be good? Probably not. Flame Burst I wasn't super impressed by last time I tried it. No, I can't bring it all the way. I'll be honest, I never used that Arcane Ascendance shit. If I can just stay back here and keep doing that, that would be great. Mana cost going up is actually a good thing. Get more damage out of it from our Sorcerer Ascendancy. Don't know how. No, we want Fireball to crit, so it'll trigger meteors. I think Orb of Destruction's good. We could also take Piercing Heat. I didn't see that before. That would probably be pretty valuable, especially if trying to use it mainly as a clear skill. But then again, we don't want the mana cost to go too high because I do want to be able to use it in bosses when I'm like, or like against single targets while I'm running away from stuff. Kind of like right now. We also forgot to unspec these. Please. Leave me alone. Oh, the main reason we wanted Embers was so we could have multiple fireballs at the same target. That was why. Maybe it is still worth then, even if it yeets the cast speed. So we go 1 point there, 1 point there, 2 points there. We get 1 point left, and we can put it on Fire Resist Shred. That's honestly probably pretty good. Need to remove. Those three. Oh, we have accelerated XP gain all the way up to level 20. Nice. So now we just have plain old teleport. No damage incentive at all other than giving me buffs. Did that reduce its cooldown, by the way? No, there's no downside to that. I don't know, the more I use it, the more I kind of don't want Embers. I kind of just want cast speed. $14 Weaver's Will isn't too terribly much, but we'll take it. -1. 10 is kind of still a lot. Maybe we do 3 and 3. keep putting that in there and see how it goes. I'm unsure if I should be relying on Fireball to do damage or if I'm just trying to, like, get it to proc Meteor. Genuinely, I have no idea. I guess so long as we can get its damage to the point where it can clear out the little things, and then I can just use Meteor to kill the big things. That would be probably the ideal separation of labor, or division of labor. Just so that way I'm not, like while I'm running around, dropping meteors on those little things kind of just drains my mana too quickly, so then we're having to stand around recovering it while we're going from small pack to small pack, and that doesn't feel too good. But another part of the reason I'm trying this is because if we do get Fireball to a point where I really am kind of enjoying using it, then we can use that one unique we were looking at earlier, the Helmet Prismatic Gaze, that's the one. Gives us the little shards and stuff. I might like that better than the Calamity. More of that. More of this. More damage. Wait, 14% more damage versus 3%? I'm sorry, this is 7% more damage per point. Hold up. The mana cost, whatever. We're gonna go put those in Winged Fire instead. That's probably the play. If we don't have to throw as many fireballs to kill stuff, then that's also a mana save in its own right. Board when hit, cold damage. It does also seem kind of heretical, but while we're respecking things, But what if we took that out? Nah, I don't think we can. We need the mana cost to be as high as it is. If that was increased damage, spells deal 1% increased damage per 2 mana cost up to 50% more, then I could probably swing it, but removing 50 mana cost from Meteor would very heavily reduce our damage. But I was thinking of doing that just because like, if we stop having mana issues because of Meteor, we can just spam Fireball and proc that shit all day. But I still don't think it's worth. The solution is just get more mana and deal with it. Yeah, I suppose we could temporarily drop the Meteor, the double Meteor, until we get more mana, but that also feels kind of bad, doesn't it? It's back at 20 now. This has taken forever, but also we have gained quite a bit of XP. And we've had time to just chill out and fiddle with the build for a while too. It's not been entirely worthless. Gonna try taking that out. Kind of seems like if you're using the homing, you kind of really want to use the fireballs can hit, multiple fireballs can hit the same target kind of thing. It didn't seem like it was preventing fireballs from homing in on the same thing. At least it didn't seem that way to me. Being able to use fireball as a way to just like say, hey, there's enemies over there, so we're gonna throw a billion fireballs and hope it hits them. Doesn't seem like the worst way to use it. And then that frees up another point for maybe more damage somewhere else. This homing actually is not more damage at all. The only time it's actually more damage, I think, is if you do have the multi-hit. Which I guess we could drop flammability as well. I think fire resistance shred is not a bad thing, but I feel like we have better options here. So let's put that there. We have 5 more points. That means we can take Mana Sphere all the way and Adept all the way. So we have all the cast speed, all the mana reduction. Yeah, it's probably worth. I think I am going to skip that too. We don't need to risk dying in there. Those places are still scary. Owie. This hurt way less in the campaign. Conquered Tower for more Nemesis, but I don't want to get my ass beat by that one we empowered last time. I think I'm good on all that. Bro, he teleported away from it all. Lightning damage, cast speed, vitality. Lastly, more cast speed. Wow, they didn't make it past the loop filter. One day we'll find that modifier we're looking for. Do you have my defensive modifier? Nope. Maybe not. Not yet, at least. Still no. And we're gonna leave that one alone for right now. We're like 2 XP from our next level. Only be 13 levels below the zone now. I'm honestly just really hoping everything feels a little better by the time we hit 90. Like, but we're supposed to be farming at some level, like some amount of levels below the zone, because enemies are equal to the max level of the characters, so. Clearly it's meant to be that way, but I'd like to be a little closer. What do we get? Legendary potential chance. T7 affixes are twice as common, and we only need 140,000 reputation to rank that up. Yikes. I think we'll just go with the generic ones that have resists and throw them in there. Class specific ones we can leave. Oh. Rest in peace to the lightning res. That's not the end of the world, but it also yeeted the rest of the forging potential as well. Break that. We're pretty happy with this weapon. We've given it a long enough trial run. Not gonna lie, I am still getting a little tempted to go back down to non-empowered monoliths. And just like try and blast out as many arcane prisons as I can get until I find that one experimented affix I'm looking for. But because that will certainly not happen. We took exactly the amount of damage it required to kill me. Sick. Maybe that is the way. Don't necessarily feel like we need to replace any of those. Nah, we're gonna keep doing what we're doing. A death here and there is a bummer, but not the end of the world. Also, I really don't know why we keep finding conquered towers everywhere. They're cool, but I don't want to do them all the time. Hello? Take that. Everything's fast as fucking here. Rune Warden? Where? There he is. Oh, we got it. Nice. You want another one? I might just put those on at whatever cost just to see how they work or how they feel. Seven intelligence, we can put void res on those. Got lucky as shit there. We almost yeeted it from the very beginning, but somehow we still hit that max tier. Let's just see where that evens out at. I mean, I thought our missing ward is, or our missing health as ward was way higher. Oh no, it's only 9%. I thought it was that 98% there. Let's just see how this goes. Okay, so it's actually kind of bad now that I think about it. I misunderstood how the modifier worked, or I just had my own idea for how it worked and didn't really read what it said. So in order to acquire ward from that modifier, we need to have missing health. Meaning healing the missing health is a bad thing. So that means the elemental leech is a bad thing as well. So that idea's out. Not sure what else we can do exactly to get a bunch more ward. There's getting it on Amulet, the suffix we're looking for actively. That would be more ward decay threshold, and I think just ward per second on top of that. I mean, we could take Lost Knowledge. But that would only work at the very beginning when we're full up on mana. For every 300, it would be 50. So if we were up at 1,000, it would be like 150 while we're at full mana, like at our beginning. Increased spell damage, that would be 24% spell damage, 24% ward retention, and then up to 48. After you use an expensive skill. Maybe, maybe not. Honestly, mental catalysis is still going to be really good. So I think we should still put points in here. Or Lorca jump scaredy. Oh, wait, I got stuck on the corner. Maybe I'm thinking too much about ward. Maybe we should focus more on health. Surely we don't need every single suffix on our gear to be resistance, right? I mean, we could fit some health in somewhere. We do have all this leech. Yeah, it's just our health is like less than 50% of my actual like total amount of hit points. So, and usually by the time I get down to my health and start losing it, I die very, very shortly after. Another ladle. Rama's help with 2 LP. We're out of here because I hate this place. Maybe it is just the lack of armor getting to me. I don't know. I do have that one chest space that has, I think, mana mods on it. And we have a bunch of mana on it, or like intelligence or something. We could try equipping that over prism wraps. Like maybe I was just overvaluing this. That could be as well. Stun 3 seconds of stun immunity after using teleport. Fire aura when hit. That's kind of interesting. I have been ambushed. Oh no. It seems kind of like a sick idol, actually. Then let's leave and go look at that chess piece I was trying to remember. Honestly, that's not a bad one either. Plus 109 mana, 21 crit avoidance, plus 324 armor. That would what? Quadruple my shit? Yep. Double res. We would still be overcap on cold. Got lightning and necrotic. Could change that. I guess we could look for other pieces of gear. Or pieces of gear that don't have those. But I may also have something different. Like this one, which required level 87, which I just barely got. This has 12% increased mana on it. Only 20 on the mana modifier. Way less armor. This has 14 elemental res and an open suffix. So we could pick and choose what we want. I.e. poison or void, and I'd probably do void. Unless there's like a more interesting suffix we want. That also has 23 intelligence with poison res, but it has vitality on it. %37% crit avoidance with 96 health sealed. 129 mana, 0 intelligence, but there's already 0 intelligence on this. Tier 6 mana. Kind of like the idea of trying that. 96 health is probably pretty nice. The damage reflected doesn't really matter to me. We don't have that shard. Void res. Ah, fuck. I messed up. Well, we have more cold res again. Shit. No. We just hit the cold res. It's that easy. Well, at least it has 3 modifiers I care about. 948 mana. You're shitting me. Where can I squeeze a little bit more mana? I have that other font of the erased. It has 8% on it. 976. We have too much percent. We can drop both of these, so maybe we can get more mana out of that. Seven mana. 6 mana. It's lightning damage. We don't really care too much about that. Brother. Look at that. 1,001. We got there. Hell yeah. It only cost us everything. $10 under cap on physical seems like a major problem with some of the physical res hits or the physical hits we've been taking. We should put that one in for sure. I mean, now all of their costs are being refunded 100% of the time. Well, 20% of all the fireball costs, and meteor costs. And also I have, since we finally crossed 900 as well, we have 3 extra potion slots. So let's see how this goes. This could either go very well for us, since we have all that armor now, or it could go very poorly, because now I don't have that raw elemental damage reduction. But we also gained like 300 health out of that too. So give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen, right? Damage seems fine. He thought he was slick with that. This whole time I forgot we were supposed to be going for Prime Weaver, but we started Lizard Maxing instead. It's too soon for that. Can you stop moving, please? Respec, yes. How many fucking confirm buttons do we need? Can we get like a 0.2 second longer cooldown on that fucking tickle beam? One of the nice things is we only get like minus 80 or no, minus 50. Is it 20%? I think it's 20% of cost refunded. Yeah, so we only go down to like 80 something into the negative when we overcast our mana. I want all of these items all of a sudden. We actually lost 4% crit chance by removing the prism reps. Let's just see how this goes. Well, with all this extra mana we have, it's a lot easier to stun lock stuff for longer. Okay, we're gonna go have another look at Prismatic Gaze, and we're gonna have another look at the, I think it was Cinder or something. Static Shell, more chance to shock attackers, more armor against shocked enemies, more lightning damage to shocked enemies, chance to gain 15 static charges when hit, chance to cast static when hit. Nice. Now, where is Prismatic Gaze? If only we had a search bar. Wait, I didn't throw it on the ground, did I? Well, that's not good. Yeah, we definitely don't care about this at all. Okay. I think it got kind of shit rolls on its legendary because we put it in an egg. I guess it just didn't get shit. Undisputed. Oh, wow. Int Ice Barrage double res. I think we'll banish that. Tier 7 gold damage. I don't think I care that much. Bloodworks again. Unfortunate. It'll be nice to be done in this timeline so we can hopefully not run into this anymore. I don't know if the layouts are restricted like that, but I definitely have not seen this one anywhere else. I think next time we see a tomb, I'm gonna go in it for once. Feeling a little more confident. 87% spell damage, chance for lightning blast to chain 4 additional times. Yeah, that's interesting, but probably not useful for me, but I'll hold on to it. Alright, can we stunlock this entire exiled mage? For all he is worth. No. No, we cannot. There is a green Pearls of the Swine. I guess it's just different elements. have nothing to put in the egg. I guess we just empower it. I think Falcon Fists are actually really good. Also, I did not recharge my mana. Good thing this is the first Nemesis. I can throw a bunch of shit too. How do you like it? No, it's done luck. The nice thing is we can still complete the echo while we're in here. Killing enemies here counts as killing enemies out there for the sake of triggering the ambush. Double champions. We actually get so many more meteors now. Between just gaining more mana, maximum, and then also refunding all of them, or 20% of all of the ones we cast, like, it's kind of insane. Plus 12 to int. Possibly not useless. I really just wish we had a way to get like just a wee bit of poison, or not poison, percent of total mana regen. Like as far as I know, there's no actual way to increase the base amount of mana we're regenning, so it feels really difficult to actually manage this without just spamming focus. And even focus doesn't really give us anything that scales based on how much mana we have. It's just the same rate. Some arcane boots. Don't see those too often. Honestly, with how much of a difference the armor made on this chest, we went from Prism Wraps, which has like 25 on it, to this Mystic Plate with 324. I'm wondering how much different it'll feel going from 30 armor to like 100 and... was it 180 that Citadel boots have? Like the crazy ridiculous amount. So I don't know how much I will value Ward Decay Threshold over armor at this point. Although this has health plus increased health, or like a percent health. Cold res instead of a bunch of necro res, which I can actually afford to lose. Probably... no, not even because of that. I don't know why I have so much all of a sudden. Maybe that? I can still try and change that cold res to something else, though. First, we want it. Turns out this whole time I've also had no hybrid health shards. We're just barely going to be okay on fire. Go up about 100 or like 91. Get 4% move speed. Two forging potential and a dream left. So we're going to see how this affects my ward, I guess. Looks like we'll probably cap out around 1400. We're going to go all the way down to 1200. Which, that, I mean, that would track given the plus 203. That's probably the base we need to be using if we're not using Citadel. Hey yo, we finally got one of those. It's been so long. 29 gold res. I can also afford to lose that, I think. Yeah. How many tiers is this? 13, 17? That's 11, 13. I'd kind of prefer the mana regen, even though it's so low. Also, that's 6% health as mana. I cannot keep that one. Bro! We're one away! Slight problem. You know what, heck it. We just use the rune. Redemption. Weaving. Spell damage. T5 spell damage. Health and necro res. I mean, that is miles better than like either one we have, I think. Mana regen, +5 health, +4 ele res. Plus it has 11 more elemental res on the implicit than the left one does. Necro damage, damage over time, 29 cold res. I'd like to drop that one. However, that also has 8% mana on it. So if we can get just like a wee bit more mana literally anywhere. We'll be feeling good. Honestly, idols are probably the place that it's going to happen. Shift F. We can delete that rule. I guess there's no Weaver idols in here. Oh no, it's just the modifiers. There are two kinds of fire. Oh no, I guess it's doubled up because there's two kinds of idols, or just the 1x1s and the 2x1s or the 1x2s. Go with that. Turns out there was res all over this place. But what we really want is one more, well, literally one more point of mana. One day this is gonna roll something nice. You know what? Honestly, I'm keeping that. Considering how low I valued that like this entire time, we probably need it. So hopefully it actually levels up all the way to 5. Or I guess it could go to 6. But get me the hell out of there. Has mana and res on it. We're good. That one has 8. This one has 7. This is the one with slightly more useful things. Alright, we can do it that way. Ultimately, neither of these were very good, so we kind of wanted to replace both. But losing the mana regen's a little sad. You know, I really just don't feel like mana regen's bad. I mean, maybe it is. I feel like we just need so much of it to actually be useful that it's like not actually that useful. Or not actually that good to try and stack, you know? I've decided I like my current boots. Alright, I think the chess piece was the thing that was holding us back, honestly. I feel much more comfy now that we're in a different one. Tier 3. Tier 4. Got 2 more. Just keep it on the same modifier. Tier 5. I guess so long as we get a minimum of tier 5, I'm happy. I don't know if it can go above that. I thought it could, but I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out. Let's go. 15 ward decay threshold doesn't feel that exciting. However, 15 extra ward per second is like quite a lot. It is more than 10% of my added ward per second total. Hey, yo, flat 26 mana. Suddenly, I'm actually very interested in that. So I guess we could get flat mana and percent mana. That would be the combo. Interesting. I'm not upset about that fire damage doubled, though. That means we can put that on, and when we go back to our stash, we can go get the other Will of the Erased. Font of the Erased. There's another one. It's only got 13 will, though. So I don't know if I want to... What's the rest of it roll that? 4%? Yeah, probably not going to bother with that. We'll throw it on the ground. Rolled kind of shit. Just stay right there, will you? He didn't listen. Ow, rude. Walked by a cache. Can't be having that. Whoa there. Missed the enchant weapon shard. Oh well. Not exactly heartbroken. We got Tongue of the Seer from our egg. It's kind of messed up. +1 to Cinder Strike, but +4 to Falconry. I don't know which one you want more in that with that kind of thing. I've never played Falconer. I barely know her. More mana, please. Never saw it coming. He dropped a weapon. Ooh. I realize semi-usables is like just basically the same as the rest of the other tabs. It doesn't really matter, but we can do this. Suddenly I'm at 1044. I think we can stand to lose like a mana. Finally. Therefore, turns out that costs us 7 mana. My cold res is still looking, or finally looking a little more reasonable. Was getting a little crazy there for a while. So now we get the new one and we get our mana regen at the same time. But I realize we're also getting kind of close to Formosus again. Which means hopefully we find something that is not actively detrimental to the loot that I get. The first time we cleared them, I got a chance to find scepters. I don't want scepters. And the other two were no better. Or 3, however many options we had. Kiwi 2 something else, man. It do be like that. I think it'll get better with time, but they just gotta get... I don't know, they gotta get some more updates out, but yeah, last Epoch is and has been a very stable and pretty reliably great time. I was definitely thinking while I was going through the campaign for this game, I was definitely thinking back to that Dawn of the Hunt release. I was just kind of comparing the experiences the entire time. That shit was rough. Is it easier for new players to get into versus PoE2? Like, I'd say miles easier. Like, I can't quantify how much easier this video game is to get into than PoE2. Or just like even PoE1 in general. PoE1's probably harder than PoE2, and then PoE2, and then last Epoch, for sure. One of the great things about this game is it's not particularly difficult from the very beginning, which means you have a lot of freedom to do what you want. And even if it's not the most optimal thing, you're gonna have an easy time. So what that turns into, but like the game does get hard enough to where you have to do optimized stuff if you want to like really push for like late things, like really difficult things later on. Because there's in the end game there's a scaling difficulty system, so you kind of just end up pushing that as far as you can with your build. And then the more difficulty you scale in, the more loot you get, basically. So I'd say most builds can get into that system, which is where we're at now. We're at the very beginning of it, which is the empowered monolith system. And pretty much so long as you pick things that make sense together, like you run a bunch of fire spells and then you put a bunch of like fire damage stats on your gear, even if you don't think through too much and get crazy good items or anything like that, you'll still be able to succeed and have a good time, I'd say. New to the RPG genre, and PoE2 was the game you chose first. Gotcha. Better than PoE1 for sure, but it's still... Grinding Gear Games does know how to make a very complicated game. That's for darn sure. So yeah, this game I think has pretty low, like surprisingly low barrier to entry, but despite that, it does have a lot of systems in it that give it a lot of depth that you might not realize based on how accessible everything is. Because like, I'd say the biggest example, or the simplest example, is the crafting system. You have access to that from probably like Act 3. It's like really early in, they give you a quest and it explains it to you and shows you how to use it. But you can use it anywhere. Like, this is the crafting system. You just shove items in there, and you, while you're running around, you collect little shards all over the place, and those shards represent modifiers that go on items. So you can choose to just put whatever modifier you want so long as you have the shard. Like, these boots don't have movement speed. I want them to have movement speed, so we'll throw them on there. Suddenly my boots have a bunch of movement speed, which is great. But there's like a whole bunch of like different layers to shit I could do to get even more out of this item with the crafting system. And you really don't even need to think about that until you want to. Like, even if you don't think about the more advanced stuff that the crafting system has in it, it's still usable, enjoyable, and it can give you good shit. And it's like very intuitive. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that in this game. Didn't watch any guides and you think that's where you made the mistake? Yeah. That's understandable. A lot of times when I'm streaming Path of Exile and people come in and say they're new, I do recommend they look at like build guides and stuff, just because there's so much stuff to figure out about just like how to play the game and how all the systems in that game work, that trying to also figure out which points to take in the passive tree and all that business on top of it all at the same time is a lot to handle. But if you want guides, you found the right channel. I don't make build guides too often because I do too many silly builds, so a lot of them are not worth copying, in my opinion. But I do tend to make a lot of guide stuff about ARPGs in general, though most of them right now are Path of Exile 1 and 2. But now that I'm back in Last Epoch, I'm kind of thinking of which guides I can make for this, and I'll probably be doing the same thing for Diablo 4 when that comes out with a new season in a couple weeks. But yeah, I love talking about all the little systems and how they work, and I try and explain that to people as much as I can for new players. Trying to respec your 4 points into Tactician, and you refunded the points expecting to see an option pop up. Oh, yeah, you found that one. Then you were out of gold because you burned 700k. Yikes. Yeah, gold is rough. When you run out of it and you're just trying to respec, that shit is too expensive sometimes. The worst part is, it's like, gold is only a problem for like the very beginning. Or like to people who are experienced and are running builds that they know are strong and everything, and they have everything all mapped out. Gold is entirely a non-issue beyond like Act 6. Like, as soon as you get to maps, you start making so much gold that it doesn't even matter how much the respec costs. It's high respec costs really only punish the people who are trying to figure things out. And therefore, they're also going to have the hardest time getting more gold, you know? Still, at your level, you should have maxed out resistances, and I don't. I've just maxed out fire and a little on anything else. But also, now you know, so working towards that, doing easy maps. Gotcha. Yeah, resistance is probably the single most important defensive stat in the entire game. You can get by without chaos resistance mostly, but the elemental ones are crazy important. Spent loads into evasion and it's trash. Gotta get gold and fix, yeah. Yeah, that kind of cycle of struggle and learning and trying to upgrade and then struggling again and then learning more and then trying to upgrade again. It's it can be rough sometimes, but that's kind of part of the appeal of Path of Exile, I think, for a lot of people. It's hardcore, man. But yeah, this game is... It doesn't have so much of that. It's just a little more lighthearted. Maybe not lighthearted. Less soul-crushing, I guess. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's handed to you. It's just less... I guess there's less friction in it than PoE, is probably the word people use a lot for that game. There's a lot less friction in this game, which I think is a really good thing. And I don't mind that PoE has some friction, like some of it's annoying sometimes, like the trading and stuff. I really do wish they would lighten that up. But at this point, I'm used to it. I've been playing that game for so damn long. But thankfully, when we do come back around to last Epoch, it's a real breath of fresh air to not have to deal with that for a while. Came over from Throne and Liberty where you can wail to get to the top. I don't think I've heard of Throne and Liberty, but that is a slight difference if you can wail your way to the top, yeah. Oh, it's NC Soft, gotcha. Oh, yeah, okay. I do remember that, never mind. Amazon and NC Soft, a match in who knows, a match made in who knows where. Alright, let's go bully this boss again. Last time I fought him, I was kinda struggling for defenses, but we've made quite a few changes since. I have way more mana than I did that time. So I guess, yeah, I'm feeling a lot more comfy. I don't think we managed to blast all the way through his first ward. Yeah, this is miles better. Still room for improvement, but pretty good so far. So, in PoE 2, what crossbow ability were you using? Another viewer came in and told me they were having a good time with, what was it? Siege Cascade? While playing Tactician. But I haven't really heard anything else about what people are doing with that class. I'm a huge fan of the crossbow and the mercenary. That was the first build I did. Rock and pin with explosives? Hell yeah. Pin does seem like it works real well with, brother. Can you get some good stuff, please? Pin does seem like it works real well with crossbows. But I definitely did not make enough use of it while I was playing it. This was my first character. My first character was like fragmentation rounds in Glacial Cascade. So I would shoot down ice walls and then blow them up with the shotgun. And that was pretty fun. And then my second one was armor piercing rounds. So I was just like armor breaking and using the armor break explosion to kill stuff. But I was running around with like a machine gun. That shit was fun, but also kind of limited in how useful it was. So every time we kill one of these major bosses, we get a permanent buff. However, some of them are character power and some of them are like things that adjust your loot. problem with this one is it's increasing my chance to drop things I don't want, and I'm worried that that's decreasing my chance to drop things I do want. So I feel obligated to keep running this boss until we find something I do want. It's a real problem. Works better on some than others. Gotcha. Can you even pin the giant Colossus thing with the chest laser? Gotcha. One mechanic I also wanted to mess with a little more was days, but I just haven't like been playing a build yet and looked at my options and said, oh hey, I could fit days in here, and then do whatever extra mechanics it takes to take advantage of days. So you have to do a little extra to make that worthwhile. You don't farm like a dummy. Well, there's your first problem. If it's not 100% efficiency 100% of the time, you're doing it wrong. Nah, you play how you want to play. It took me a really long time to break that habit when I started playing Path of Exile 1. I did it on like my first character or two, and then like the next league reset hit, and I started doing it again, and I was like, man, I want to get through this campaign in less than 28 hours, so I'm just gonna start running. Yeah, we got a tomb. Working on that. You've been doing it the last 2 days, running back to Act 3 Cruel, and you have loads and loads of gear. Hell yeah. No crossbow. Do you already have something else in mind that you want to try? Let's clear the tomb. I haven't died since I changed my chest piece. Feels fucking good, man. Actually, you know what? I just remembered. Like to try Monk maybe, or run Expo again, but choose Witch. Yo, a Witch crossbow? That'd be sick. Alright, that's a good head start. We don't need to use more. I played one monk build the last league, or in the first season, I guess. I did Flicker Strike, which had me teleporting around from enemy to enemy, like at light speed, basically. It was very fun, very strong too. But I think Quarterstaff has like a bunch of different ways to proc like a bunch of different attacks at the same time, so you can very easily. I think it's pretty easy to make whatever Quarterstaff ability you want to work. Because you can either run like Herald of Thunder or Herald of Ice. You can't run them both anymore because they made that stop working. But basically those cause things to either explode when they die, or they cause you to do extra lightning hits while you hit with stuff. And then there's also an ability called Charged Staff, which basically says when you attack with a quarterstaff, send out another little lightning wave thing. And yeah, so having all of that stuff going on at the same time as whatever the hell else you choose to do makes for a good time. Crossbow witch that casts spells and shit? Hell yeah. One of the other builds I did was a mace chronomancer. We were dropping Hammer of the Gods all over the place, but then they nerfed that build out of existence. It doesn't work anymore. It is dead. I'm very sad about it because that build was super fun. Use the bow with shock arrow. I think it's because you're heavy into fire damage is why you're not setting it off. Yeah, it could be. Shock and shock is pretty difficult to trigger in PoE2 compared to how it is in PoE1 at least. Because the way it works is enemies have a stat called Ailment Threshold, and you have your own stat called Ailment Threshold. But you need to do lightning damage, or if you do lightning damage up to their ailment threshold, so say their ailment threshold's 500, if you do 500 lightning damage, you have a 25% chance to shock by default. And so any chances you find to increase shock multiplies that 25%. So to actually guarantee a shock when you hit their full ailment threshold, you have to have 400% increased shock. Chance to shock, that is. Oh, that's nice. So to actually like have a really decent chance of shocking things, you do have to have a lot of investment. And so if you don't have a decent chance of shocking things, Herald of Thunder is really difficult to make work. Yeah, if you're trying to shock and use Herald of Thunder, that'll be what you need. Because not only do you need, not only does chance to shock help, you have to be doing lightning damage to actually like measure up against that ailment threshold. Because say they have 500 ailment threshold and you do 50 lightning damage, then you only have a 2.5% chance to shock there. And I think a lot of the lightning arrow skills have like increased chance to shock in them, so there is some of that in there. You just have to make sure you're doing enough lightning damage to really take advantage of it. Shock burst. Yeah, let's have a look. QE2 shock burst rounds. Ew, extra life. What else? We use the Poe wiki in this house. Uh, 40% of physical damage to lightning damage. What is the stat? Attack speed's 450 of base. You want to make sure you don't have elemental focus in there, because that'll keep you from shocking for sure. This page doesn't have as much information as I was hoping it would, but this is also another part of the thing. Only 40. So I guess you want like either physical damage or lightning damage, but lightning damage is like way more important. But a lot of skills convert larger percentages of the physical damage to lightning damage, so this isn't actually as high as I would expect it to. Loads a crossbow with a clip of charged bolts, which release damaging pulses upon hitting an enemy afflicted by a lightning element. But yeah, something like, you could even put in things like well, primal armament would help. But even something like heft which is supported skills deal 30% more maximum physical hit damage. I think this also works before the conversion. Oh no, wait, it applies after conversion. Never mind. I've seen builds try and use this with conversion, which is why I said that, but I take that back. If the wiki specifies it's not, then it probably is not. So yeah, I guess things that increase your physical damage would probably help with that beforehand. In some cases, but maybe not. Does crossbow have another... Can we just look at crossbow skills? Galvanic shards is also 40% damage to lightning. Storm blast is 60%. Gonna come in handy. Yeah, the po2wiki.net. If you need anything, it's the source to go. There's also another PoE2 wiki called Fextra Life, but it's not nearly as good. And it does a lot of... I know they used to do a lot of shady shit, like embedding streamers onto the wiki pages so they could get free views, but then they would like mute it and like hide it at the bottom of the screen, so you didn't really know your computer was doing that. Plasma Blast is 70% physical to lightning. 30% more chance to shock, but it's also... You have to charge that up for like 20 seconds. So that's really difficult to use for just that. Played about 75 hours before you started using a loot filter. Bro. When I got into Path of Exile 1, I was streaming. And there was someone literally had to beg me to put on a loot filter. Because I didn't want to do it. It sounded shady. I didn't want to think about it. So thankfully I only ended up playing like 10 or 12 hours without a loot filter. But yeah, it's fucking rough. I finally put it on. And I immediately understood why they were so adamant that I needed one. So yeah, if Plasma Blast is probably like the best chance to shock. But it is a pain in the ass because you have to channel it up for like literally 2 seconds, and if you get stunned out of it, then you just lose it. You could try Voltaic Grenade. Just throw it. And hope it shocks. Then again, this might not actually do any shocking. That might just do electrocution. We do have them all for PoE2. Gotcha. Yeah, it's nice to have a bunch to jump between. I usually like when I'm league starting, I think I usually do like semi-strict. I don't think I usually bother with regular that much, but I do like having it just in case. I'm in danger. Yep, these ones get it. The day PoE2 launched in December, or like in the lead up to it, I heard one of the devs say in an interview somewhere that Pee-wee 2 is going to have damage numbers, and I was like, very excited. And so I got in the game on December 8th and started hitting things, and I was like, wait, where the fuck are the damage numbers? I looked in my settings, I even saw people talking global looking for the same thing. And then I got to the first boss and saw the damage. They meant damage numbers on the boss's health, like the little tiny number. Which, I mean, that's better than 0 damage numbers, I guess, but it's not the same. It's not. Gonna have to get this game? Hell yeah. Oh, no. It's nice to have as a fallback for when the ARPG itch hits and the Poe League shit. That does happen sometimes. Ward gained on potion use. Poison res. I'm not even supposed to be looking at those green ones. I'm supposed to just be picking them up. But I wanted to, damn it. We want to do that and get better things than that, but unfortunately we can't always get what we want. I have to do the rest of this echo. I think another one of the main selling points of this game over PoE. I like them both. Full disclaimer, I like them both, and I think they both have their appeals, like strengths and weaknesses. But one of the selling points I gave to someone else yesterday was they asked if you need to use any other websites to play the video game. And the answer is no. No trade site, no. You don't really need a wiki for the most part because they have a game guide that it goes really in detail on just about everything. Like even if you wanted to see like the formulae for how the different things work. Hold up, I think I was looking at this. Damage conversion. I know they have formulas in here somewhere. Because I was trying to figure something out specifically. And it was there. I looked at the game guide and it was there and I was thrilled. So you don't need the wiki, need like an outside wiki or anything. The one website I ever use is just like a list of all the uniques in the game, so I can find something that I might want to use. That's about it. Ayo Killer, thank you for that follow. I appreciate that. Came over to Throne of Liberty like 7 years, 15,000 hours of Escape from Tarkov got a little stale. Valid. I think I have like 2,000 hours in Escape from Tarkov, and I have played it maybe. I just uninstalled it for like a couple months. I just reinstalled it, and I did like 20 hours, and that was enough. With the game's performance being what it is right now, I just couldn't handle it. Wait, what? So you got the game for free in Dawn of the Hunt, but you can't use the shop? That's crazy. Either way, on full launch it is going to be free, so that's not a problem. Yeah, not being able to use the shop. What the hell? Ah, the old Spider-Man meme. Yikes. Actually, I think I did have another buddy who had a problem like that. I don't remember. It took him like 3 days to get that shit figured out. Weird. What is this place? Oh, you can now that you bought early access. Gotcha. Still, even if you get the game free, I think they'd still want to take your money. I can't imagine why they did that. Get a prepaid card? That's the Spirit Oxy. But who wants to, like, go outside and go buy a prepaid card? Honestly, there's probably ways to do it online. Now that I think about it, but who knows? You wanted the Celestial cat, bruh. I've thought about buying that cat so many times. I probably will one day, but most of the times when I do buy a supporter pack, I have something else in mind that I want to buy. Also, yo, what's up, Oxy? How you doing? Alright, we're gonna yeet the rest of this stability because I'm tired of running this place. Okay, we'll do one more. 6 premium stash tabs and gem and currency. Yeah. The stash tabs are honestly the most important thing. I've kind of always seen Path of Exile as like a free-to-try game, but then if you want to actually like play it with any level of seriousness at all, particularly like beyond the campaign, then having at least like the currency tab and like a map tab. And there were some other tabs that were like basically mandatory in PoE 1 that aren't in PoE 2 yet, but they'll probably show up at some point, like div cards and fragments, some other stuff like that. But those were always the cost of entry, as far as I saw. Tried a green dot card prepaid and they rejected it. They rejected 5 forms of payment. What the hell? Because you had a code from Deadly Slob. Yo, was he playing? He was playing PoE 2? I thought they were just getting WoW streamers. I didn't realize they were getting Tarkov streamers too. Although I know Stankrat was playing PoE 2 on the launch. Super happy to see that. What you paid him for early access? So paying has worked. Weird. Funny how that works. Plays more sorted games now. I got you. He's a dad gamer now. Dear goodness. He's the dude always writing the Reddit post. I only have so much time to play games. Why is this game not play itself for me? A lot of sponsorship content. I mean, hell yeah. If he can get it, by all means, get it, brother. Keep gaining power once it got. Why is this man not taking damage? My Meteor should be doing my ads because I'm okay, dude. So that goat that just ran away had an aura that said nearby allies do take like 70% less damage or something ridiculous. And that big dude had a mod that said gain more power the longer you're alive and in combat. And so because I did not see the aura, he just kind of powered up and blasted the shit out of me. Gotta delete that character now. Hell no. This ain't no hardcore. I ain't no hardcore streamer. What the hell? I've thought about it recently, but I just don't like the idea of redoing shit all the time. Wait, Drake is in the world famous rapper Drake? I feel like I would have heard if he was playing last Epoch. Mr. Drake's ill. Okay. That makes more sense. I heard Drake was doing stuff like the Lord Drake was doing some kind of streaming, but I have no idea what the hell he was up to. Glad you didn't go down the hardcore road like you do in Tarkov. Yeah, definitely. I have tried hardcore in both. Well, I've tried hardcore in one of the PoEs, but their servers are so... I don't know. I don't trust their servers enough. I wouldn't say they're like dog shit or anything like that, but I don't think they're quite reliable enough for me to want to trust them with character progression. But then again, you can play Last Epoch offline, so it's running just on your computer, so there's no server issues to worry about. Even still, I don't play this game on hardcore because I just don't like the idea of resetting. Just lost a level 81 Lich. Yikes. Guys, so he got the hug of death. Oh no. Poor fella. Well, back to Act 1. I mean, shit. I've heard some people can get through the entire campaign in 4 hours with pre-prepared gear. But can't be me. That's like at least an 8-hour commitment if I don't die again. Already back in Cruel Act 3? Hell yeah. What did we get? We got 2 LP on Falcon Fists. Tier 5 Void Pen, 2 LP on the Tongue. Nice. Yeah. Really need more crit chance. If I can't blast any single monster in this entire game on one full mana bar, I don't have enough. I don't have enough damage. I feel like I could blast him with my crit multi where it is, but we just didn't crit nearly enough to do it. Got lucky last 2 boss fights before endgame. Joined a group, and by the time you got to him, you were locked out of the fight, but got credit. I mean, hey, if the refs allow it, is it really cheating? That's all I'm saying. Plus, I mean, it's just what, Doriani and Viper. You'd already seen them in regular Act 3, anyways, right? It's not like it was a brand new boss you've never seen before. Plus, if you play any more through any other seasons, you'll see him again. Don't worry. I was kind of hoping this was Ordlorca so I could get my revenge. That damn the Act 1 boss, the wolf boy. Yeah. Normal and cruel. He's definitely something. I think the last time I fought him, I had him ready to phase to like turn into a wolf, but he just kind of kept running around attacking things while he was talking, and he turned around and one-shot me. It's fucking toxic. I couldn't even damage him, and he's out here swinging something around that can one-shot me. If that's not cheating, I don't know what is. That's this fuck boy. Damn wolves in the fog. Gotcha. That one got easier for me when I just started dodging. Like, rather than trying to guess where he was, I just kind of time out the evades. So if you're just evading as he jumps through the arena, it doesn't matter if he hits you or misses. Because you'll have the invuln frames from dying, or from diving. Die more to white mobs than bosses? I mean, I feel like that's a pretty common way for things to go in that game, just because there's like lots of little damage sources all over the place, and it's very difficult to get away from them, versus bosses have like really telegraphed attacks. So if you're good at dodging the attacks, you're just not going to die to the boss all that often. But you can't dodge telegraphed attacks from 37 werewolves, 15 archers, and 5 wizards. You know, especially when they get the attack and cast speed, you know. Shit's rough. At that point, it's more a question of like how well optimized your defenses are, not so much a mechanical skill thing. Which is natural to struggle with when you're new, right? Doing alright for only having 1200 HP and like no yes? Sounds about right, or sounds good. I found myself on this most recent character in this patch, playing an evasion character, and I found the moment that I hit like 1950 health or so, I kind of stopped dying to one-shots, and I started getting chunked down to like 2 HP. So I'm kind of starting to adopt the belief that 2000 HP is like the minimum for feeling comfy in the endgame. You definitely probably want a little more than that, but a lot of one-shots will be stopped if you're at about 2k. Got 59% evasion, gotcha. Yeah, definitely the more of that you have, the better. Fire pen with fire invocations. I'm not a rune master. How high does that number go up? The evasion one? I think you can get it as high as 90%. But it takes like an absurd amount of evasion rating, because the more you get, the harder it is to actually like get another percent's worth of evade chance. Let me see. What is my character at right now? According to this, I'm at 8,000. Am I only at 8,000? I thought I had more than that. 2 seconds. Please hold. No, we're at 8,500 evasion rating. And that's a 75% chance to evade. Which I still felt like I kind of wanted more than that. Because I'm still seeing myself not evade a lot of things. The dream would be to run acrobatics, because this is like one of the most ridiculous nodes in the game. But the penalty on it is so steep that it's very, very difficult to use. But it says can evade all hits, which normally evasion rating doesn't apply to like slams, and there's like a billion different specific things that evasion rating just doesn't work with. Acrobatics takes that all away, but it chunks the shit out of your evasion rating. So I was running this in the last season with like 40 or 50% chance to evade, I think. And I felt invincible. But I'm not willing to try that with only 33% chance. Because the other thing I was doing on that character was I had a billion energy shield on top of the evasion rating. And by a billion, I mean like a couple thousand. So when I would fail to evade a hit, I had a bunch of energy shield to like cover for me, even though I didn't have a whole ton of HP. But the tool that I was using, or the buff, like the spirit skill I was using to get that or to get a bunch of energy shield, got disabled this patch because they decided it was too strong, but they couldn't figure out how to rework it in time. So I get it, but I do miss having that option. We rolled the same fucking thing. Just bad. Yo, Sequisha. I like that guy. 7,400, yes. Yeah, that's a lot. The crazy thing is, Grim Feast, the skill I was talking about, that I used for a bunch of evasion rating, what it would do was it would let your evasion rate or your energy shield overflow, which overflow means you can have more than your maximum, up to double. Like, until you lose it. So if he had that much and Grim Feast was in the game, he could be up at, like, almost 15k. Just from running around killing stuff. It was bananas. So even though I think I had like 2,500 energy shield on that character, when I was running around in maps and stuff, I actually had like 5k. And I don't have that anymore, which is another reason I'm not willing to run acrobatics. Oh, we're done here. I don't know why I came out. Shock, duration, Ellie res. That's probably not the worst thing ever. Minimum roll. Okay, I'm taking that. Not doing it. You can't make me. We're gonna go fight this boss again. Surely this time you'll give me something that is not shit, right? I don't even necessarily want something like I don't necessarily want a chance to drop my weapon. I just want something that is not like absolutely entirely irrelevant. The gear I'm not worried about, it's the permanent buff we get at the end. I'll show you. Probably one of the weirdest mechanics in this game, and I'm really not that much of a fan of it, is when you get the boss's health to those little thresholds, they get a giant ass energy shield that just kind of expires as time goes on, and it's there to give people with billions of damage more of a struggle than people who don't have that much damage. It's like it makes it harder to one-shot the boss, but also if you don't have damage, it'll still expire eventually, so you don't have to push through it, you can just stall. I don't really like that mechanic. I think they should just give the boss a health bar, and that health bar is their health bar, you know? What is it? Two-handed maces? One-handed swords, one-handed axes, two-handed axes. Bruh. Honestly, what are the options here? We may be spinning our wheels on something useless. I may have been playing myself. And other blessings. That's what we're looking for. Oh, we look here. Timelines. What are we doing? Blood, Frost, and Death? Blessings. There we go. We can get wand dropped, right? Okay, so it's not like just melee things. I thought it might be. Should be rewarded for a good build instead of punished for having a well thought out. Right? That's what I'm saying. And like, sure, if your build is like over-tuned enough, you can still blast through that extra shield without any problems. But like, it just adds more effort to get to that point, which I guess is kind of what they want. That don't mean I have to like it. So yeah, I guess the only thing I would care about is this chance to dropping, increased chance to drop wands. But I don't want to farm this that many more times to try and get it. So we'll just suffer. 51% chance to drop more axes. Sure, it's the lowest we can get. I don't know if that'll change my... or make me less likely to drop wands because I'm more likely to drop... what was it? Axes? But I don't care anymore. We're moving on to somewhere else. I'm tired of this place. We need other buffs. Unique drop rate's fine. Although we should go for a higher value there. Stun chance, I'm kind of okay with. 9 to all res, I'm okay with. Yeah, we'll prioritize dodge rating because that's kind of useless for me. Oh, he did drop a set, which is kind of nice. Got another Frozen Eyes of Formosus, which has 1 LP. That's fine, I guess. What are the... While we're in this place, we're likely to find helmets, unique helmets and shields as rewards for clearing zones. Not exactly... Well, not the worst ever, not the best either. I'll take it. Probably run into more void monsters, I think, because this is a purple zone. The boss is purple. The areas we run into are probably more likely to have purple stuff in them. I think that's a new mace. 20% chance to inflict spiders on melee hit per equipped Weaver's Will item. There's no limit on that, actually. 3% of damage leeches health on melee hit for you and your minions. Increased, oh no, plus melee critical strike multiplier for you and your minions. Wow. And it's implicit has 80 melee crit multiplier anyways. Could be fun. I want to know what spiders does. Boulder Fist. Oh yeah, the crit potion belt. Honestly, how badly do we need this belt? It's kind of cool. to have meteors proc all over the place, but we could theoretically get rid of it. It's not like it's giving me 1,000,000,000% damage, right? It's just kind of making me blast my mana a little faster, which is not necessarily a bad thing. The faster we can blast our mana, the faster we focus on recharging it. It's not the end of the world. But it feels wrong not using the Meteor belt for a Meteor build. Whoa. We're fine, we're fine. Yeah, I think I have found my justification for taking off the Meteor belt. So when Harbinger of Stars, so it says 9% chance to cast Meteor on crit if above 0 mana. Meteor is our main ability. So it's like when you crit, you have a chance to cast your main ability again, which is nice. And when we blast one big pack of monsters, every single hit that crits on each one of them is another chance to summon another meteor. So we can drop like 12 meteors at the same time. But like every time I cast meteor, I pay 100 mana to drop 2 meteors. Every time this triggers meteor, I pay 100 mana to get 1 meteor. So I'm kind of getting scammed. So it blasts through my mana faster, but it's like way less efficient. So I probably should genuinely change off to a different belt. That's probably our problem right now. Thing is, I'd probably be interested in cast speed at that point. But then again, this may genuinely not be a bad belt to use instead. And this has two legendary potential, which means we could get 2 mods that I care more about. Which could maybe be... The belts have mana. Mana regen. No, they can't even have int. Oh no, we could get the mods from the set items. Although I don't think there's any of them that I care about. Volcano champions? I guess if we found that sealed somewhere, we could put it on a unique. Experimental B on potion use. Poison damage. Yeah, mana regen's the only stat, which I guess wouldn't be the worst thing ever. The resistances, of course. Health. Hybrid health. Percent armor. I don't really have inventory room for those, so we're not going to worry about it. I need mana. Surely this is fine, right? That's not fine. That's not fine. Not melee, so therefore silver on step is not good. But I wish I could use it because that's a lot. That's a lot of crit multiplier, but it's melee crit multiplier, which is not for me. Excuse me, teleporting there. What is this? Health regen, gross. I don't want that. Only 11 there. 13% health regen plus 15 health along with the resistance sounds kind of nice. Should really have stored stuff earlier. Another big selling point of last Epoch, you don't have to pay for stash tabs. For real, crazy. Yeah, you can just have billions of them. You can have as many categories as you want. Shuffle them around. They have tab priority, so you can choose which kind of items go into which tab without doing it manually, which I should really set up, but I'm lazy. Yeah, it's sick stuff. I mean, you paid for the game already, so I guess it makes sense. Don't think I want that. The other thing that I've been harping on a lot, and I think it's worth repeating, is you can also make your own loot filter. Very, very easily in-game, and you can adjust it and shit. Basically, with very little effort. Like once you wrap your head around how it works, it's a very nice system. Been your card a hot minute? You were looking at it prior to PoE2? Yeah. But the loot filter, you just push like, what is it, Shift F. And it looks fucking a little upsetting when I have a bunch of shit in it. But if you start from the very beginning with just empty, all you do is Like, I'm sure I have something that I don't care about in here. So like, say I really don't give two shits about set items. All I have to think about when the loot filter thing is, what do I want to see? Well, the answer is I don't want to see set items, which are the green ones. So I can go in here, say hide. Rarity. Hide set items. And then suddenly they don't even pop up anymore unless I want them to. And you can get into like a real fine detail with all that shit. Which is kind of how it ends up looking like that. Like I have it really highlighting things that drop with all of the modifiers that I really care about. So like this weapon has 3 out of the 4 mods that I care about. So if it's on the floor, it's all red and capitalized. And I have that set for the specific mods I want on pretty much every weapon slot or every item slot. So anytime I see anything red, it's just like auto pickup. And it really did not take all that long to set up. Fire damage, fire res, poison res. This is not the worst thing ever. I'm gonna hold on to that in case I need to change my resistances around. That's fine. Crit chance, mana, elemental res, 20 health. That's actually sick. 58, 53. So even though we lose the crit chance on the implicit, we still have more crit chance. The 20 health isn't ideal, nor is the elemental res for our suffix, but it's better than what we have, I think. So we're gonna just go ahead and boost the mana. Yeeted 16 forging potential, that is a tragedy. I'm gonna boost health more. Unfortunately, the RNG does hit pretty hard in the crafting sometimes. This could have been way better if we got a little more lucky. But it does still work. Lose a little bit of mana. We lose a bit of mana. 54 to 48, yeah, okay. It's forgivable, we're still over 1,000, that's what matters most. And I guess we can do the rest of this place, I suppose. Spell damage while wielding staff. Motherfucker. We'll have to go again on that one. One of the videos I'm considering making in the very near future is a guide on the loot filter. Because it is so incredibly useful, but also it can be really unsettling to look at first, or like confusing to figure out without any help. So I'm probably gonna try and make like a 5-ish minute video about that. Might be hard to fit into that quick, but I don't really like making videos longer than that. I recognize this place. This is a campaign zone. Elemental damage, crit multiplier. I mean, those are the two prefixes that I'm okay with, but not ideal. We'd prefer fire damage instead of elemental damage because it's higher, and we only do fire damage. Go to the next one. Also, I think after I do this one, I'm going to get up and stretch my legs because I genuinely do not remember the last time I did that. That's usually a sign it's time to do it. I'm in danger. Oh, he's chasing. Oh no, I had it all on. He had no health. Okay. I feel like I should highlight. Maybe not, maybe not. I'm wondering, because when I was looking at the boot modifiers, there was one of them that I thought looked kind of interesting. That comes from champions only. But I'm hiding all rare items, so I don't see those items when they drop. So I kind of thought about revealing or showing the ones with those specific modifiers, but I kind of don't do. If one drops Exalted, that is to say purple, and it has the mod I want, then great. Not, I don't care. Or no, it was a belt modifier. It's like fire damage plus like fire aura on hit or something, or crit. Oh, we do have a tomb here, by the way. We should go do that. Or Lorca once again. Oh, I guess if I really wanted to find the item that I was thinking of, or the modifier I was thinking of, it was from Volcano Champions. I'll just keep my eyes out for those. But see, the personal affixes can drop on exalted items. Good to know. That's not the one I care about, though. Got the objective, so we can leave whenever we want. But I want to kill the boss here and go get the little idol altar thing. we got a lizard. Never saw it coming. Well, the goal is over here on the bottom right. Let's check bottom left. Does this game have any PvP? No. I believe there is no way to do PvP. I might be wrong, but I don't really play online. I think I've done like 1 or 2 characters online, and I didn't see any setting for that. Alright, Weaver, surely you can't ruin my day this time, right? Right? You're gonna give me good shit? Give me good shit? I mean... maybe. We have it right there, and it goes up to 15 if you get tier 6. Maybe 16 or 17 if you hit tier 7. But that's impossible for this one. It would have to... for every stack of Weaver's Touch it has up there, it'll improve or add a new modifier onto the piece of gear. And when it improves a modifier, it improves it by 1 tier. So it can go all the way up to tier 6, or it can like add another one and then bring them both to tier 3 or something. Who knows? It'll happen as we kill stuff with it, with the item quick. We just have to wait and see. But we're done here. Time to get our stuff. What was that? A Renegade's Will, +4 to Vengeance. More hit damage with Vengeance against bosses and rare enemies. Increased melee attack speed, 5 to all attributes, 5 to move speed. 1 LP. Neat. Not interesting to me, but cool. Anyways, my friends, I need to get up and stretch my legs, like I said. So, I appreciate y'all watching. I hope you're enjoying. If you are new, not already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch. The like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. We're going to be going another 4-ish hours today. But I'm going to be getting up and stretching for about 5 to 10 minutes. Actually, it's probably more like 10 minutes because it's been so long since I stood up. So, when we return, we'll keep things going. Try and get ourselves a clear on the empowered Black Sun timeline, which I don't think will be too difficult. We'll see what happens. But for now, I will return shortly. All right, friends. Sorry about that. Had some food. Used the potty. Walked around a little bit. I feel way better. So, our next step is just keep doing exactly what we're doing. We're steadily making progress, getting closer to our level monsters. Honestly, we've been, for the first, what, like 3 hours or so, I was feeling kind of questionable as to the future success of this build. But once we changed that, once we changed our chest piece from a low level unique to a actual endgame piece of gear, things turned around rather drastically. Genuinely, I can only think of one time I've died since changing my chest piece, and that was due to some bullshit. I got wombo comboed by 2 rares. "25% endurance." It's so slow at the moment downloading this game. Gotta love Spectrum, dude. When I lived in Florida, Spectrum was all I had for years, and I fucking get it, dude. Definitely been there. Glad to hear you picked it up, though. I hope you enjoy it. If you have any questions, definitely feel free to ask. If I can answer it, I will. I should not be standing in fire. That's a bad idea. Only option, live in a super small town in upstate New York where there was more cows than humans. I mean, some people are in that. Nothing wrong with it, I guess, but yeah. Internet's not usually a low priority in that kind of place, is it? This man needs to stop healing. First and foremost. Yikes. Still interested in that endurance. Got Spectrum's highest package and still slows down from time to time. 800 by 40. Yeah. I mean, those are good numbers, but like, it is Spectrum. Gel Core's Blast Knife with a 1 LP on it. In Season 1, I think that was like really meta. I don't know if that's still the case because I did not follow the patch. I didn't read the patch notes or anything like that. And I never played that build, so I don't really get what the hype is, but cool to have, I guess. Use your own equipment because with Spectrum it's all refurbished. Yeah. Anything to save $1, I guess. Bummer that it still slows down with all that, though. what builds are there available to play in this game? There are tons. So you might remember earlier I said this game's kind of easy, or a lot of people say this game's kind of easy. That means you can do basically whatever you want, but each class has 3 ascendancies, or 3 subclasses like PoE does. But your class has these, like, a collection of skills in the left here that you get as you spend points in the passive tree, which is right here. So, like, you get some of them as you spend points. You get some of them as you level up. And then, oh no, these are the ones you get by leveling up. The ones on the bottom behind my webcam are the ones you get by putting points in the Mage tree. So then you get your ascendancy, and you get the skills in one of these columns. But when you unlock your ascendancy, you get access to that ascendancy's passive tree, which is usually a little beefier. Than the original one. But then you can also put points in the other ascendancy's class trees up to the first halfway mark. That tree though, not like PoE 2, where when you first see that passive tree, it's like, oh no, what have I gotten myself into? Yeah. Last Epoch doesn't quite do that, but they counteract it by giving you 1 billion skill trees, as I'm about to show you. So like I said, you get this one is default. You get your ascendancy. You get half of the other 2 ascendancies trees, which you can also steal their abilities by, like, at least the first 2. And then when you choose your ability, you can, or when you start using abilities, you can specialize into one of them, which means you get skill points for that ability, and you get skill points for that ability, and you get skill points for that one, and that one, and that one. And then with this update, they also added a skill tree for the endgame, much like the Atlas tree in PoE 2, if you saw that. So with this update, they added another tree. But I can't remember off the top of my head all the classes in the game. Let's have a look, because they have a nice little graphic on their website. We got Sentinel, Acolyte, Mage, Rogue, Primalist. So Sentinel's like the warrior. They have Forge Guard, Void Knight, and Paladin. Oh, you've not seen it yet? Okay, so the Atlas tree is just like a skill tree that looks a little. It's like the passive skill tree but smaller, and it just lets you change what kinds of rewards you get from doing stuff. So like this is your echoes have a high chance to spawn a champion, which is just a beefy rare. Additionally, they have a chance to drop additional exalted items, which are the purple ones. Chance to find more loot lizards. Chance to find more stuff. More monsters in each zone. It's stuff that changes the things you run into. I just got to maps and unlocked a hideout, but jumped off to take a break. Gotcha. Yeah, you'll see that if you play, you'll get an objective that says go clear a thing called a corrupted nexus. If you do that, you'll see the Atlas tree in PoE 2. But as for the classes here, we have Mage. I'm playing Sorcerer, which is like really mana heavy. Spellblade is like a melee spellcaster. Runemaster is a whole different deal. You like every time you cast a fire spell, you get a certain rune, and then every time you cast a cold spell, you get a cold rune, and then you use things in different combinations, and it like does crazy shit. It's complicated. Acolyte is like the kind of like Witch versus Sorcerer in PoE 2. So Lich is more minion focused. I guess Warlock is like debuffs. But Necromancer and Lich are both, I think, a little minion heavy. Void Knight is like anti-paladin. I think this is the... Oh no, I played Void Knight and Forge Guard. They were both pretty cool. But Forge Guard got reworked. I think it's a lot better this patch than it was previously. Rogue has Marksman, Blade Dancer, and Falconer, which Falconer you get a pet bird. So it's like a companion class. Marksman is bow. Blade Dancer would be Stabby Rogue. Primalist gets Druid, Beastmaster, and Shaman. I've only played Druid from Primalist, and it was very fun. What am I rocking for a class? I'm doing Sorcerer right now. I don't do spellcasting builds a lot in ARPGs in general. I usually tend more towards like melee. However, I was becoming aware that it's been so long since I've done a spellcasting class, so I decided to do one just to check it out. And Sorcerer is pretty cool, but it's the point of it is to get as much mana as you can and spend it as like quickly as you can. And so managing the mana is a little bit of a pain in the ass. But I mean, it does big damage, so I can't even be that upset that I'm having to manage shit. And overall, the gearing process seems pretty simple. So I just get to blast all my meteors and then sit around doing this little channeling thing for a little bit to get more mana back. Leave me alone. There was a lizard in there. What the hell? Poor guy was stuck. Don't worry, he's free now. He's free. I will say, as far as Mage, like, the unique items go in the game, I've seen a lot of really neat looking uniques for Rune Master, and I've seen a lot of really neat looking uniques that seem really tailored towards Spellblade. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of uniques that look good for Sorcerer. There's like one that I can think of, like an amulet that lets you channel this while moving at the cost of some of the regen. That would be pretty good for Sorcerer, but I also have never found that. I just had, I looked through the list of uniques, and I found that. I was like, yeah, that might work for me, but I haven't even seen one in game yet. One nice thing about this build, though, is we can stunlock the shit out of bosses. I think that's pretty damn funny. Oh, also we got tier 5 on the ward decay threshold, but we got frostbite duration, which I don't do at all. The crazy thing is, ward decay threshold, I'm sorry, 9 ward decay threshold, 9 ward per second at tier 5. At tier 6, that's 15. So that means tier 7 is probably more like 20 or 25 or something ridiculous, which means it feels kind of bad that we're only at tier 5. So I'm going to reroll this again. 1% increased armor. This is actually huge. We want that to level all the way up to 6. Reduced bonus and damage taken from critical strikes is like a pretty critical, so to speak, pretty critical defensive stat. Because if you just get 100% reduced bonus damage taken from crits, then crits don't matter. We're not done here. somehow that's mostly out of range. We're fine, we're fine. Set item, we're gonna do a cemetery because I want to use some of my woven echoes. I'm finally feeling confident enough running around at corruption 100 that I'm reasonably comfortable we'll get through the things I put on the map, so we won't waste them. No, Weaver, what are you doing? Don't add shit. Bruh. Means we're not getting tier 6 on the armor. Best we can do is 5 now. There was a arcane prison up there, but I'm not messing with it. We don't need it. Another nice thing about cemeteries is we get to use the little idle buff twice instead of once. It is this. Oh, with the channel. Oops. Bro, you have a 0% HP left. Come on now. How was he still alive? I guess that's fine. It all worked out in the end. So, now that we've done this thing, we can actually add little zones to do here on this map. And these we've been finding by killing these spidery enemies. Forgot about the Vault of the Barnacle King, dude. Lizards everywhere. Do some weed killing? Sure. Unclaimed trove? Sure. It's my favorite kind. What is that? Destroy the Vessel of Chaos to reroll the rewards of nearby uncompleted echoes. I don't want to do that right away, but we will do it just because we'll get a point on the tree for it. But we're gonna do that Vault of the Barnacle King for sure. So that'll be 3 more points for our Atlas tree, or our Monolith tree, as the terminology is. This armor reduced damage from crits. Sorry to see you go. Could be worse, I guess. Throw that in there, that in there. I don't know what I'm hoping to achieve by doing this. The outcome's going to be the same either way. Whatever. Also, that has a search term in it. Okay, we're good to go. We don't have to go do more stuff here. We can just leave. If shit sucks, hit the bricks. Rule number 1. So Unclaimed Trove first, then Overgrown Graveyard. We'll path away to the Vault of the Barnacle King, and then we'll do the Chaos thing. Chaos. $90 mana with crit multi for lightning. That's not my jam. Where did you come from? Cold damage, cold pen with frostbite. That sounds like a good combo, even if it's not one I care about. Can we stop walking up to me one by one, please? Thanks. Mercantile Insignia. Intelligence, crit chance, health regen, void res. As I don't really care for that base, but if we wanted to make a legendary ring, say a Jorah Star Dial or something, fuck, that might not be a bad one to use. Not a great one, because it doesn't have a tier 7 mod, but not a bad one. Chance to ignite on fire hit. We'll yoink it. Why not? Uh-oh. It's Lord Orca. now. We can leave, but I feel like that's a trap because there's about 30 more caches in here. The whole point of this place is to open caches, so I'm just gonna keep opening caches. I think that sounds like a good plan. You're just no longer legally obligated to stay. Cast speed, mana, ward per second, freeze rate. I don't really care too much about cast speed. I might care about it more once I drop the Harbinger of Stars, maybe? I don't know. But for now, we'll just hold on to it. Chance to slow attackers. Genuinely, that may also not be bad. But resistance. It's important. Endurance applies to 8 additional health per 10 missing mana. It's kind of tempting because I have like 1,000 mana, so I could be missing more than 1,000 of that. So it would be 800 additional health, which would be 1,100, which is over 2/3 of my health. Then again, if my health is anywhere below max, I'm probably already dead. It's a sad truth. Gonna re-roll that. Or, oops. We want that to be a 30% chance to re-roll the Weaver's Will stuff. The more we get of that, the better. Citadel boots. In all caps. Promising. God bless the loot filter. Oh. Crit avoidance. Dodge rating. Not good for me, but maybe someone else. What can we do here? We lose 38 health, 4% health. That's not even tier 5 anyways, though. Physical is just barely capped, but I'm also just barely capped, despite having plus 40 to my physical res from from one of the other timelines. As a blessing. Which one is it? Oh, it's that one. So I actually only have 38 on my gear. So it may not be the worst to get that, and then we can replace the physical res. And it's like a whole process. So that physical res is not the worst thing ever. We'll just say that. We'll prioritize movement speed and just see what happens. Oh. Oh. Oh, look at that now, would you? Now we got a minimum roll on the movement speed in the implicit, which is slightly tragic. However, it can only go up 3% more. And if we were to re-roll the implicits, we're very likely to get a lower roll on the reduced bonus damage taken from crits. So I'm inclined to not do that. I also, once again, have forgotten the importance of sealing things and attempting to seal things. So unfortunately, this is as good as this can get. It could have had a 5th mod, if I got lucky. But I was too excited to just get the rest of the mods to tier 5. But also this does give us 173... I'm sorry, 177 armor. Huge W for this game. The ability to upgrade the version you pick. 64 bucks, you got a cool pet. Think well worth the 65 bucks, and you've not lost it yet. A little nervous. It's worth. It's worth. It's like those higher versions are like the supporter packs in PoE 2. Every time they do a major update, they do another set of those. But hell yeah. And it supports the game, so the more people buy more supporter packs, the more resources they have for cool shit later. So it's already worth. Any ideas which class you want to go for first? Any that immediately stuck out to you? These boots are sick. Think the one I'm rocking? Hell yeah. It is. I'm not sure how much of it was due to good RNG, but I had a very smooth start from the very beginning. That said, I did get some really nice items very early on, so who knows? I think it'll probably still be pretty okay, no matter how the RNG comes out. Why am I not putting these boots on? That is because I want to change my blessing first. Okay. So we'll go rush through the Grail one, I guess. RNG hates you with a passion. I believe in you. It just means you have more skill or something. RNG is allergic to skill or something like that. We'll go with it. We'll go with it. Some runes. As of the rune system, do they slot into gear or no? They do not slot into gear. They're crafting materials. So, these things are shards. The modifier things. When you find shards, you're just finding modifiers that you can slam onto items. When you find runes, they're things that do different crafting stuff, and I think my camera's probably blocking half of that. So, probably the most common one I use is Rune of Shattering, which destroys an item, creating a random number of affix shards containing its powers. So if we, so if I find an item I don't care about, but I'm like, ooh, healing effectiveness. I want healing effectiveness shards, so I can use those on other items. Just use a Rune of Shattering, break it, and it'll give us 4 increased healing effectiveness shards. Although it might not give us those shards. It's kind of random. Wish you could take runes out in PoE 2 with the chance for the rune to be destroyed. Yeah, they're like in it. Once you reach endgame, they're so common that most of the time I don't mind losing them. Other things the runes do: rerolls the values of all affixes on an item within their tiers. So like, that top one, it would if I used the rune of refinement, it would reroll again between 95 and 115%, which I may as well. We hit 102. Rune of removal removes one of them randomly. Can be really good, can be really bad. See more now that you're in maps. At least one per map, and it seems prior. Yeah. There's definitely some struggle times with those early on for sure. But I think they added some spots in the campaign where you're like guaranteed to get more runes. Like as little side objective rewards, like you kill a special rare or open a special box and you get a guaranteed rune or something. I think they started doing that a little while after the update came out. A Rune of Discovery adds a random tier 1 affixes to all the empty slots, so who knows what the hell we get. Although, increased spell crit, doubled if you have 300 mana. Kinda sick. Not gonna lie. Rune of Shaping rerolls the implicits, so it's like the Rune of Refinement, but it rerolls that top shit. Rune of Ascendance turns it into a unique of the same kind, so this... it will turn this into a random unique amulet or a set amulet, unfortunately. Those are also an option. This one that I don't have creates a copy of the item you use it on. So it's like using a mirror on something in PoE. The other ones do other more specific shit. It's pretty pretty specific later game shit, so I'm not gonna worry about them for right now. So like PoE 2, does each gear have 6 stats, 3 suffixes, 3 others? Like it's still prefixes and suffixes, but it's 2 and 2 instead of 3 and 3. The only caveat to that is you can get what's called a sealed affix, which I guess I picked up this. Let's pick this up and try and seal an affix. It didn't work. Shit. There's a way to get an extra affix by basically locking one into place. Like that. Okay. So we just sealed the damage over time affix, and now what happens is the one that got sealed gets moved to the bottom, can't change anymore, and it opens up the slot that it used to be in, so now I can put another prefix like mana. So now I have 5. But that's like... that can be pretty RNG sometimes. And who knows how well it's ever going to work out. Yeah, it's pretty neat. On top of that, unique items, any unique you find has a chance to have this stuff called legendary potential on it. Which, if a unique has legendary potential on it, you can do a certain thing to basically combine. Like this one has legendary potential. So I could go get another one-handed sword that is purple, and I could try and combine it with this one, and the Rainbow Edge unique sword will gain one of the modifiers that are on that purple sword when I combine them. So you can add mods to pretty much any unique, which is a pretty neat system. Allows for some really really strong stuff, but it's also pretty RNG. It's like one of the like final goals of your character is getting your uniques with the mods you want on them from the legendary potential. Is finding like the more powerful a unique is, the less likely it is to have legendary potential. And so even getting anything more than like 1 on some of the more powerful stuff is like very rare. But if you do find it, you're chilling. So yeah, when you do make a unique, when you do give a unique extra modifiers, it turns it to legendary rarity, quote unquote, and then it turns red instead of orange. Also, I'm done hiding for now. We're back. Ring, healing effectiveness, damage over time, intelligence. Sure, we'll hold it. It's not like I'm gonna run out of stash space. Get me the hell out of here. Alright, so that was one of our echoes. We need this one now. We're gonna have to do one regular echo. They're friendly corpses? This looks like Plants vs. Zombies, except it's Zombies versus Zombies. Oh no, it's Zombies versus Plants, that's what it is. That's actually hilarious. I get it now. An overgrown graveyard instead of a zombie-infested garden. Actually huge. Destroy the sunflower in the northeast. We gotta go kill those damn sunflowers. There's a sunflower on my lawn, dude. Or on my graveyard, excuse me. Is that it? Oh, that's it. Do I have to hit it? Break the sunflower. Oh no, I got it. We just had to kill stuff near it, I think. Or unless it was over here. That was just a different one. You can play this offline and not worry about server stability. The one caveat to that is you can't use the MTX offline for some reason. I hope they don't leave it that way forever. But probably they can't, like, if you're playing offline, they can't verify which ones you have. So they don't want to give everyone everything. But I feel like there are ways to work around that, you know? If you try hard enough. So maybe we get it someday. But yeah, on day one of the update, the patch released, and everyone tried to log in at the same time. And I was stuck for like 10 minutes trying to push the login button. It was just like, error. Shit's busted. I said, well, fuck you. I'm playing offline. And so here we are. No problems whatsoever. But I did also buy a cosmetic for Meteor that turns it into a bee-deer, which is a bee meteor. So when they land, they bust into like honey and bees and shit. I'm kind of bummed I can't use that. But also you can't share characters between online and offline because it would open the door for some like really easy exploitation. So if I wanted to use that, I'd have to make a new character. Used to that happening in games. Most games I play, it still happens on big updates. Yep, sure does. It's all part of the experience to me. It doesn't really bother me too much. But I mean, if I have the option to skip the problems, I'm definitely clicking that option. Oh no, I'm playing offline right now. But servers are probably, I think the server stuff got resolved pretty quick this time around. So you're probably alright to play online at this point. Unless you just don't want to deal with server shit with that Spectrum internet. That's right, that's right. Oh yeah, I should have a point. We spent it already. That's right. Now, the Barnacle King's Vault. They've done some funny shit for these woven echoes. We cleared up a bar fight. We just won zombies versus plants. We're about to go steal the Barnacle King's lizards. I'm very excited. And by steal, I mean murder, obviously. Is there a trading market? There is. And but the thing is, you don't have to go to people's hideouts. There's like an actual genuine market where you just search for items and click the buy button. And when you buy it, you get it. And the thing is, that brings us to a concept called item factions, which, if you're playing offline, you can't use the Merchant's Guild. That is to say, the market. So your only option is Circle of Fortune. But if you're playing online, Merchant's Guild is really good. And you just use gold to buy stuff there. So, when you get to like the beginning of Act 9, it's like one of the last acts in the campaign. You get to like this big old city and they're like, here, pick one of these. And one of them's the Merchant's Guild, one of them's Circle of Fortune. If you, whatever you pick while you kill stuff, you get rep for that faction. And you can then spend it to like get the rewards from that faction. So the Merchant's Guild, you get the rep. And then you spend it to list items. And I don't think you spend any when you're buying items. I think it's just when you're trying to sell stuff you need some. But I think you can also, you might be able to gamble with the favor. I don't know. I've only very slightly ever done Merchant's Guild. I haven't done a whole lot with it. But the thing is, in order to, like, as you progress through the rep, you unlock the ability to purchase more kinds of stuff. So some of the stuff you may really want to buy is kind of locked behind a bit of a grind, let's say. But I think like 5 or 6 is probably pretty reasonable to get within within like a day or two of reaching endgame. So you can buy the purple stuff or whatever idols you want, or specific uniques that don't have legendary power. So like you can buy some stuff, but if you're gonna have to grind a lot to actually get like the legendary items that people have made, which is like the really good shit. Circle of Fortune is for if you're playing by yourself or solo self-found, which you're kind of forced to do if you're playing offline. So it's the obvious choice here. But basically you get the rep and you spend it on these things called prophecies, and those prophecies are things like kill this thing and get this reward. So if I kill a Shade of Orbis, which is a boss in the end game, he will drop me 2 extra unique gloves. And if I kill Heorot, a different boss, he'll drop me 2 exalted boots. I kill 5 siege golems, I get 3 rings, stuff like that. So you spend your favor to go get that, and as you level up, you get like pretty ridiculous buffs to your drop stuff. Enemies have a 35% chance of dropping twice as many items just from level 1. That's the first thing you get. Affixes are 50% more likely to be exalted, so more purple exalted. I'm sorry, more purple modifiers, which are very, very good. Uniques are twice as likely to have legendary potential, which is insane. T7 affixes are twice as common, is also very, very good. So yeah, the market is like the very obvious choice, and it's very powerful, and you'll have the fastest gearing process by using that. But if you enjoy playing solo self-found, the Circle of Fortune makes playing solo self-found a lot easier, without feeling like it's giving you the game. It's just a slight reduction to the raw amount of grinding you'll have to do to get all the things you need. But the thing is, they're mutually exclusive, so you can't, like, if you're farming in the Circle of Fortune, and you get something specifically from one of the buffs that you got through the Circle of Fortune, it has a little requirement on it down at the bottom of the tooltip. So like a normal item, it says requires level 46 down there, to the right of the sell price. But then if it drops specifically from Circle of Fortune, you'll see it has a little extra stuff. This, the little purple eye with the rank 5. That means I can only use this item if I'm currently at rank 5 or higher in the Circle of Fortune. So you can change factions. So if I were to change faction, I would not be able to use that anymore. Because I'm not in the Circle of Fortune anymore. Which also means I can't, like, use Circle of Fortune to go get a bunch of items and then swap to Merchant's Guild and sell them. Because that would be, like, the obvious choice. Since you do get pretty substantially extra items. But if you never change, that thing is never a problem. Likewise, I think gear you buy from the market gets a requirement on it, so that if you buy the stuff and then swap, you can no longer use the gear you bought. So then you could just go gear your character up on the market, and then swap the Circle of Fortune and get like giga loot at giga speeds because you've already geared your character out. We're done here. Give me that. And we're gonna go see the Barnacle King about some lizards. Oh, got a little harp. Hell yeah. There's some fucking whimsy going on in here, dude. Hell yeah. Escapes underground at 0 health? That's what the regular lizards do. They're just the lizards without the loot. That's amazing. At least we're not killing them. That makes me feel a little better. Be free. Be free. The real question is, when do we get to fight the Barnacle King? Because there's been at least 3 references in different places so far since this update has come out. Obviously, we're gonna have to fight him at some point, right? Right? That's what I want to be the obvious outcome, at least. I need to fight him and usurp his throne. I want to be the king of barnacles, dude. There's so many of them, you know? I guess that's just the outside. That's my bug. Where's the lizards? Oh, that's a big one. There he is. Got his ass. I always feel like I'm making the lizards relive generational trauma when I drop meteors on their heads, because you know, the dinosaurs. I'm not sure if that happened in the last Epoch universe, but it happened in my universe, so it's all I think of every time. Gotta make sure I have mana every time I summon one of these, or open one of these, because another lizard's gonna pop out. That doesn't have stuff on it. We open two at the same time? What if one gets away, dude? Okay, we drop 2 meteors at the same time, we can open 2 boxes at the same time. Easy. Just launched it. Hope it looks as good on your side as it does on stream. I suspect it may look a little better, at least by default, because my graphics are set quite low. Hey, yo, we got the mana, the intelligence. It's kind of sick, actually. We're definitely full clearing this place. I need to see everything. Open the caches to free all lizards. We're freeing the lizards, yes. Freeing them of their burden of stuff. Start on medium, set it to max. Should be able to push max in 1440. 9800X. 3D with 64. Nice. DDR 5. 6000 MTS. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what that means. Hello, RTX 5080. Sheesh. Oh yeah, you got that. You got that easy. Mage, here we come, baby. Let's go. Good luck. I believe. Oh, I ran out of mana. No, come back here. Mega transfers per second. Okay. I put my computer together. I put computers together for all my family, and I have a general idea of how the parts work, but beyond figuring out like, oh, I need to buy a 5080 instead of a 4060. I don't look into it that much. Just look at all the coins and shit. I want to pick them all up. Let me bring a vacuum cleaner in here. I'll be done in no time. This thing probably won't kill me. I also don't have anything to put in the eggs, so we're just gonna fight it. I don't think I had either of those, so I'm just collecting them for collection's sake. Panicked when you've seen the movement? Yep. I started playing on launch, or when the update on it came out, and I had been playing PoE 2 like last week and the week before. And I said, I can't do this. I can't do this. And then it turns out they did add WASD functionality, which I don't remember that being in the game last time I played it, so it may genuinely be new with the update. There's still a little, or there's a few bugs with it. Like if you are holding down a movement key when you talk to someone, you'll just run down automatically. But that goes away the moment you push another movement button. Percent L fire res 17 int fire ore. It does say experimental, right? It's experimental, but so far it works. At least as far as I've seen. We've done everything. There's no audience with the Barnacle King. I just want to talk, I promise. Honestly, though, I couldn't even blame you about the WASD thing. I didn't think I would like it as much as I did before I tried it in PoE 2. It's like, I'm so used to mouse movement. I'm just gonna stick with that. Everything will be fine. 10 minutes into PoE 2, I swapped and never looked back. Well, there are no more boxes, so we're really just exploring for the love of the game at this point. Alright, I think that's everything. Yep. I thought this place was going to be scary, honestly. It is a place full of whimsy and joy. Fantastic. Tried to get used to it in Throne of Liberty, that classic tab target. Couldn't get used to it. Yeah. Haven't video games moved beyond such barbaric control schemes in the big 25? Come on now. Really bad stutters? Oof. Still have some room in there. And we're full. Kept it at 120, you had it maxed. Oof. Did it at least pause the immediate stuttering? I don't even know if I have mine kept. I know in some places I get like 30 or 40 FPS, but that's when there's like a billion skeletons all over the place. So far so good. Hell yeah. We spent our point. Time to go get another point by going this way. Oh. 2 seconds. I gotta go check something. I'm muted. I'm unmuted now. Smoke alarm was going off, but thankfully, everything's all good. So, we continue. What are we doing here? Unstable rips. We may as well do this thing. Double champions. Wow. Hey, yo. Are we still using? Yeah, we are. Chance to apply frailty, void res plus minion damage. What if we try? The Rune of Havoc shuffles the tiers of non-sealed affixes on an exalted item with 4 non-sealed affixes. We could move the the tier 6 frailty over to tier 6 mana, and that would be sick. That's exactly what fucking happened. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We have void res. So really, I'm just gonna... We have a... Okay, if we do the Rune of Removal, we remove 1 mod randomly. So we have a 25% chance of winning, 25% chance of not losing, and then 50% chance of losing. But one of those losses we can come back from, maybe. We lost. We lost as hard as losing goes. Fuck. Oh well. We'll get more. Oh, that was close. We're fine, we're fine. Double check and see if anything fun is over here. It took precisely all of my mana, but it did die. We got tier 6 on the ward decay threshold. Ward gained when you evade. I don't know if I care about that though. I kind of want to reroll this one too. Now that I know the difference between tier 5 and tier 6, I kind of want to get tier 6 on those things. Gross. We'll get what we want eventually, I'm sure. But now for the rest of this place. Hello? Can we not spawn camp, please? I don't know why I stood in that. The question is, did I survive the first one and the second one only killed me by 191? I don't think so. I think I died to the first one. Call that one my bad. I was too focused on blowing up the little things with the fireball rather than the meteor. But at least we got the tomb before dying. I don't think I'm gonna do the second one. CDR health, fire damage. Might be able to find something fun on that. So far you're really liking it? I think shaders may have still been doing their thing because the stutter's gone. It was more rubber banding. Gotcha. Could be. Glad to hear it's gone. But hell yeah. Now, if you do end up going for Meteor stuff, just know, when you first get it, there's like a really long delay between when you cast it and when it lands. And the radius is a lot smaller than what we have right now, but that's because pretty much anywhere I could get more area of effect for stuff, I got more area of effect for stuff. So like if you do go for Meteor stuff, what's it? Why do I have 5 points in that? What the hell? I need to look back at my shit. But like 10 points in area for area skills over there. Basically every point in the meteor tree that can have extra size plus 125, and then what, plus another 40 there. We took all of that shit. It takes a while to get all those points, but they're very worth it. Because then you don't have to worry about which way the meteor falls. It's pretty much just gonna hit everything. Hello? Alright, get me the hell out of here. We want to go do the relic, or the echo I'm actually here for. That one. The Sunless Coast. How are you gonna make a place called the Sunless Coast and not make it nighttime? Hello? This is why I have trust issues. Looks really good. Hell yeah. I've heard some people dumpstering on how Last Epoch looks. And I don't think it looks particularly realistic, but I do kind of like the cartoony style that it has to it. But like the abilities are really flashy, and I think a lot of them look really good. You can use... it's kind of up to you whether you use a wand plus a catalyst, which is just like a book or a skull or a whatever the hell. Or you can use a staff, but I think the wand plus offhand is better. Is this thing infinitely spawning enemies? It might be. Oh no, there were just that many enemies around. Okay. I don't even want to deal with that. Reroll and go again. Okay, it is spawning things. Well, look at that now, would you? We got a point. So we want more chances to drop Weaver's Will items. Because we like this ring which has Weaver's Will on it. So we're gonna keep trying to get as many of them as we can until I get perfect perfect versions of whatever the hell I want. Now get me the hell out of here. Got another Conquered Tower. Those things are kind of just everywhere. Heck it, why not? We're gonna go beat up a bunch of Nemesis. Hell Reach. Herald of the... Hey, yo, Herald of the Scurry. I love this shit. Increased health minion dodge rating. +2 to summon wolf. Converts your wolves into squirrels. You can summon squirrels up to twice your companion limit. Chance to bleed on hit for squirrels. Chance to shred physical resistance on hit for squirrels. So it rolled real shit on the chance to bleed. But... And it didn't roll 3 on summon wolf, but... Is there a portal? Yes, you get it like when you get to the first town. The biggest problem with Herald of the Scurry is the squirrels are loud as shit and there's no way to turn them down. Which I think is kind of funny, but also kind of annoying. Vitality, that's alright. Two LP on that. Yeah, we hit tier 6 intelligence. That's about it though. Yo, Harbinger of the Stars. That's the belt we're actively using, however... I rolled a 9% chance to drop one. However, we're also trying to replace that belt, so... Cool that we're getting it, I'm probably not going to use it either way. Ward gain on potion use, cleanse all elements on potion use, crit avoidance, dodge rating. At tier 7? Wow. Crit chance and damage over time really don't mix. Vengeance incarnate. Name checks out. I thought I was fine to channel there for a second, but I guess not. Well then. We have 19 forging potential and a dream. Good start. Not so great second. Yep. Okay. That's the dream. I'm dead. It ran out of forging potential after 3 crafts. I don't wanna fight that man again. He was mean to me. Oh shit. Forgot to refill the mana, but he had 0 empowerment, so that's fine. Thankfully, they're kind of pushovers at first. They never saw it coming. A lot of purple shit. Attunement crit multi. Hello? Well, if it isn't Lord Orca himself, that's even his real name. Man is brutal, honestly. He's very scary. Get me the hell out of here. We're done. Off to the next one. We're actually getting really close to 89, which I would like to at least hit 90 today if we can. Beast King, I think I used that at one point on a different character many moons ago. Could do another cemetery. Don't think I really have any woven echoes that I care to use though. Maybe we should go talk to Mr. Mask. Maybe he's got something for us. I have leveled up like twice, I think, today. I need more. The Grand Brewery. Unfortunately. I can buy that just so I have it. Kind of want to fill out the grid, you know? We were in Black Sun. And we're almost to the point where we can go punch that bird in the face. We need 170 more stability. Yo, 54% health and damage? What the hell? Yeah, we'll go that way. No wonder I died in that place. Oh. Didn't like that one bit. Have no desire to take Immolator's Oblation. Kind of trying to keep my eyes peeled for a good purple belt because I already have a copy of the crit belt that has 2 LP on it. So we can find a purple belt with 2 things I care about it, or at least 2 things I care about on it. That would be ideal. Just remembered I was supposed to look at my points again. Say, why the hell did I take Arcane Flames? When you hit an enemy with a fire skill, you ignite additional nearby enemies. This effect has a 5-second cooldown. Ah, that's why. Fire hit damage versus ignited enemies, 5% more. It wasn't a dumb decision. We took that for teleport CDR. Wait, actually. So this, you gain ward when you use a lightning skill or a fire skill. Effect has a 7-second cooldown, but the cooldown is not shared between elements. I didn't take this because I planned to only use fire skills. So it felt like a waste to not get both of them, you know? But this is 7 ward gain per point. We can get 5 points, so that's a total of 35. Along with 35% increased fire damage. But then this is increased ward gained per point, up to 3 points. So that's a total of 45% increased ward gain, so it would be more like 53 or something like that. But then the cooldown goes down by 2 per point. So every second that we cast a fire skill, we get like 70 ward, not 70 ward, 50 something ward. Only problem is I would have to put in for 12 points, which I'm not sure I can really spare. Kind of like what our current plan is right now. Which is going to be 6 here. Passively gain ward over time, and the amount of ward is tripled if you have at least 60 intelligence, so we'll just always be gaining 36 ward per second. Because I have well over 60 intelligence. And we get health out of that as well. So maybe that's more worthwhile because it's just always going. Then again, this is 50 something ward per second. It's just incumbent upon me casting spells every second, which is not exactly something that's entirely reliable because I run out of mana all the time. So yeah, I think probably the passive might actually be better. It's also less investment. It's 6 points versus like 12. A lower opportunity cost or some shit. Another answer is both. But again, that's like way more investment that I would have to take out of other stuff. And I like where my stuff is, alright? I'm gonna keep that. I don't intend to use Mana Strike, but it could be nice if I ever do. I think he's stuck. Weaver's Gift with 13. I don't think I care. I mean, at least we get endurance out of that, but that's literally it. I need to back up until I get mana. That man's gonna kill me. I've seen this movie before, I know how it ends. Run away! Thankfully, they're not fast. Oh, unless they teleport like that. Bam. Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. I just want to be free. The big green guys are quite scary. They used to only exist as big red guys. They weren't quite as bad. But now, not only are they green, so they do necrotic damage instead of fire damage, they, like, much scarier abilities. The red ones just have, like, 2. And they have pretty long cooldowns on them. But these guys just spam that big floor circle, and it's kind of toxic, not gonna lie. Another gel core. We're done. $113 more before we go punch that bird in the face. Hopefully he gives me a good combat buff. And then after that we'll go punch a deer in the face, I guess. Cold damage, physical damage. What about fire damage, dude? Hey, yo, we finally find prism wraps again. But now I don't want them. Well, I kind of don't want them. I probably want to see if I can find or get like 2 LP on them and see if we can get anything nice. But at this point, it may just be we need the 300 armor we have on a different base. And I don't think we can really get that through legendary mods. Weavers will. And we're done here. That's enough of this place. I think these things would leave me alone. I think 1 or 2 more echoes will level me up. And then maybe 1 or 2 more after that will give us Raya. $62 remain. This will give us 24 plus up to 50. So if we full clear this, we'll have it after 1. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I think I'm good on that. Thunder Dragon has been located, allegedly, but I have no idea where the hell he is. Might mean we're getting ambushed later, I don't know. I think we're gonna skip the tomb this time. Just because if we go in there, we're gonna be in there forever, and we don't need to do that. Get Nancy to punch this bird. Yo, the bludgeon. guess we're full clearing because I still have no idea where this Thunder Dragon is. Oh no, there is the ambush. Okay. Two LP devotion, intelligence, physical res. It dropped with tier 5 intelligence actually. Oops. Physical res plus what's my gold? We could probably still use cold. Plus move speed. And we didn't really get shit. Unfortunate. We break. We got 22. I think we got like 25 from the zone just for clearing it. So probably one more before boss man. Yep. The Forsaken Hamlet. We'll go back to doing tombs in the next timeline. For now we need to get this bird. %, chance to gain 20 mana when you directly cast Rune Bolt or Fireball. Could be kind of fun. CDR % increased mana. Well, honestly, what if Calamity is holding me back just as bad as Prism Wraps was, and I just don't know it because I haven't taken it off since like level 7. I mean, all it really has is 13 mana and 72% fire damage, right? I mean, the cast speed isn't nothing too, but like, it's not the most impactful for us. Maybe I should actually keep my eye out for a real helmet. Alright, Mr. Boss Man. I still don't trust myself to fight a Harbinger and get out alive, so we're gonna not do that. Stupid ass bird. Uh-oh. I lived! Sick. I didn't have mana. I was in mana debt when I needed to teleport out, so it didn't work. Void damage, health on blocks, spell damage leached as health. I mean, health is probably the most useful thing here. Certainly beats the dodge rating. Fire as fire damage. Every 2 seconds, your next fire melee attack has 201 melee void damage plus 201 time rot chance. Every 2 seconds, your next void melee attack has plus 240. Okay, so it's both. Dark Shroud of Cinders with 1 LP, transient rest. 43% of current mana gained is ward when you stop moving. That seems pretty nice for me. How much was it? 40 to 60. That's like 600 ward every time I start and stop moving every 2 seconds. That's kind of insane. Although that's only while we're not out of mana. Not to mention it is, what, 105 res right there, plus room for more stuff. That might be worth giving up the armor and other stuff from these Citadel boots. But we need to egg that for sure. $14 whole forging potential. Kind of wish things dropped with a little more. Especially if they have, like if they're blue. Well. Wasted those shards. Good thing I have 130 of them. All things considered, that was still an improvement. I don't think that dodge rating was doing a damn thing for me. So our next order of business is Age of Winter. So I can wear these boots without having 10 billion physical rest. I mean, I guess I can wear them anyways. I gain 1 int, lose 1 movement speed, lose 100 health. But I also gain 220 armor and 46% reduced bonus damage from crits. Probably will just wear them. And the interesting thing about armor in this game is it applies to all damage. It's just 70% effective against non-physical damage. So physical is the only one it's fully effective against. Two seconds. Alright, sorry about that. So, yeah, I think we're sticking with these boots. Quite a bit more defensive than these ones. Also, I thought I had well over 70 intelligence. I'm not sure what happened there. Either way, let's go over here and deal with my stash, because I'm gonna have to do an echo in the next timeline in order to actually get to where my stash is. Usually. I'm just gonna use this one instead. Time for another one. And we're just gonna make these a little shorter. Easy enough. Yeah, alright. The deer. There's a lot of spoilers. Enjoying it so far? Hell yeah. What level are you up to? Don't think I want that. Mage dope as fuck? Hell yeah. What abilities you been sticking with so far? Yeah, honestly, if anyone asked me what we did in the campaign, I honestly could not say a single thing. I know we punch an octopus in the face. We steal a bird at some point or something. Some weird time traveling shit. Who knows? It's not like that. It's not like I was there or anything. I have no idea. Will they fight? They'll fight everything else. Will they fight each other? No. Cowards. This would have been the closest thing to PvP in the game if it worked. If two exiled mages would fight each other. Is that Maraphage? Sure is. What does this have? The bludgeon still. I should have refilled. It's our second Marama's hilt with 2 LP today. What key opens the skills? What do you mean? Oh, sorry. P, I get it. No, wait. P is passive, Z is skills. Skills, pay bills. I thought you meant like a literal, like a key, not a keyboard key. Your level, you press C. It's on the character sheet, or it's on the bottom underneath the skill bar. Hey, yo. "21 Weaver's Will" means we're guaranteed a tier 6 mod. And 3 tier 5 mods. Strength of void damage, bruh. I am disappointed. Strength of void damage, elemental res, health regen. That's kind of tragic. Think you're level 6? Not sure. Gotcha. It shows, I think I'm blocking it on my screen. Oh no, I'm not. It's like right next to the 1 skill. Like, well, that didn't work at all. Right there. We got there. I didn't think the font of the erase could be that bad. That is exceptionally bad. I mean, it could be good for somebody, just not me. And now that makes me sad. 23 weavers. Well, that's a shitload as well. I think we're getting the lucky rolls that we put on the Atlas tree. So I'm quite alright with that. Hopefully we keep doing that. Nine weavers will, no thanks. Got Lightning Blast, Elemental Nova with Fire Snap, Freeze, and Fireball. Hell yeah. Sounds like a good time to meet. Nice orange chest piece out of the last room. That's one thing that happened for me as well. Early on. Just getting like unique chest pieces or unique gear in general early on is really, really nice. Because the game still spawns like... The game has a lot of mechanics that give you guaranteed uniques. And they don't lock those behind the end game. I think that makes going through the campaign a lot more fun. Because it's just like, I wonder what uniques I'm going to get this time, instead of, I wonder if I'm going to get a unique this time. It's a slight difference, but a very important one. Gauntlet of Strife requires 200 corruption. Duel a sequence of empowered bosses and their champions. Once the last enemy has fallen, it will drop 2 copies of the same random unique item, and you will gain access to the sacrificial altar. Here you can sacrifice 1 copy of a unique item to re-roll the properties of another copy of the same unique item. Oh. So if you don't have any, it gives you a set of them. But if you do have some, you can use those. Pretty cool. But it also requires corruption 200, which we're at corruption 100 right now, and I'm still kind of getting my ass beat. So we need to power up a wee bit before even thinking of that. I'm in danger. This was a bad idea. Minion damage, no thanks. We should recharge. But the boss aggroed already, so never mind. We didn't need it. Oh shit, we got it again. Right. It's technically incorrect to say you don't have to pay for your stash tabs. However, I do mean you don't have to pay real money for your stash tabs. But it's like, a pittance. It's like very little money. Agreed. Thousand gold for a second tab. You got full already. Nice. Let's see, I'm at 3, 7, 9, 15, 16. And the next one costs 35k. Which I have 1.3 million right now, or 1.25 million. So basically nothing. Fighting chance. Aren't these, oh no, that's Abyssus. Deal more damage, take more damage. Really glad you got the game. Enjoying it very much. Hell yeah. Like the art style a lot. PvP is great, but I kind of dig this more. I'm glad to hear it. I'm not sure which one I like more between PvP and this one right now. But I do like them both as well. I'm glad you got into it and found something that's a little more, I don't know if polished is the right word, because PoE2 is kind of polished. Maybe stable. I think they generally have a pretty good handle on how they want balance to go for right now. There's probably some bug shit or anything like that, but I don't think we really, I've really heard of them doing too many, like, major balance upheavals. Like what tends to happen in PoE from time to time. Weaver add an affix. Weaver, why do you hate me? Bruh. It's always the frostbite shit. I'm a fire mage. Sorcerer even. Why the frostbite? I don't want it. I don't want it. Yeah, we gotta redo it. I'm just glad to hear you liked it after you preemptively bought the $65 version before trying it. That's what I'm most relieved about. Beastmaster somewhere. Mana regen. I mean, if we get the mana regen and that armor stuff on the critical belt, that'd probably be pretty damn good, actually. I just lose 15 res, which I'd actually still be capped on all of the elementals. But can belts get mana was the question. I think the answer was no. They can get neither mana nor intelligence. Owie. Hey, yo. Them some boots right there. We'd lose out on the physical res. But we do keep... we would get back the health plus percent health from our previous boots. It would also feel really sad to go from purple back down to yellow again, but it could maybe be fun. We still have 6 forging potential. We still need 2 tiers on hybrid health, but I don't have the shards for it. I'm gonna throw those in my stash. Might mess with them more later, I might not. Hey, yo, 2 LP on gel cores. Kept at 120 feels smoother than 240 or 300. That's understandable. Even with a 50-80, there's a lot going on in this game. So it's hard to keep things at that many frames, I imagine. Shit, that sounds good to me. Kinda knew you would like it, but once I seen that movement at first, your heart sank a little. No way they don't have WASD, or I'll just use a controller. I don't know if they have controller support. Do they? I know they're not on console. Wait a minute, I know how to look. I think they do. Yeah, they got a section for controller. Okay. So yeah, there was that as a fallback. Cruelty. Minions are automatically sacrificed after 2 seconds. If you have any mana, then 84% of sacrifice's mana cost is consumed. Otherwise, this cast of sacrifice deals 80% less damage. So we kind of got screwed there, didn't we? It's one of them games, when you play, you always got a smile on your face. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's a power fantasy game where the power fantasy actually remains within the game. From the very beginning. You'll love to see it. Movement speed. My cat, dude. No. Oh, in that sense, yes. I like cats much more than I like dogs. I like dogs, but I'm much more a cat person than a dog person. My first instinct was in the sense of, do I have cat ears? And the answer is no, believe it or not. But yeah, same. That's why we got the one over there on camera at all times. It's because my actual cat doesn't sit still on the camera. He does sleep on that bed while I'm streaming sometimes, but he's off to the side where he's out of frame most of the time. But every time I go to stream when he's on the bed, I'm like kind of hoping he'll sit in the camera frame, just so there's like free fan service, but no such luck. Don't let in your game room because she tried to lay between you and the keyboard. Dude, they do that. Thankfully, well, mine's kind of an asshole. I love him, but he's kind of an asshole. So he's like, when he wants attention, he'll just like try and get your attention, but then try and get you to go over to him, because he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to seem like he's the one who wants attention, but he really wants it. So he'll like make some noise and then like walk away a little bit, and then like turn around and be like, "You gonna pet me, bro? No, I'm trying to get food or something." Likes to press keys. She's just trying to play the game, dude. You're not gonna let her try out the new postseason? What the fuck? That's communism right there. Also appreciate so far that the boss fights or rare monsters you've gotten into are not necessarily super hard at low level. Yeah. There's a couple bangers in there, but for the most part, they stay about that difficulty level until you get the end game. There's like 2 bosses in particular in the campaign that are like reality checks, I'd say, but they're not till pretty far in. And if your build is working well enough, they're still not a problem. They're just a little annoying. Got some kind of heavy one-shot kind of mechanics. At least last time I played. I haven't gotten hit by those mechanics. Well, actually, I tanked them on one of them, and I was totally fine. So maybe they rebalanced it, and I wasn't actually as beefy as I thought I was. But the other one, I specifically avoided everything. Because I was not willing to test that shit. Alright. Before I continue, I'm gonna go grab some coffee real quick, and so we can remain awake and alert and locked the fuck in for the rest of this stream. So I appreciate you watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are new, not already, make sure you smack the like and subscribe. If you're watching on YouTube, the follow button if you're watching on Twitch. And we'll be back in like 5-ish minutes with coffee, and then we'll see if we can go punch a deer in the face. How about that? Yeet. Hell yeah, I appreciate it, Killa. Alright, friends, we made it. Coffee has been acquired. And we got ourselves about an hour and a half more on this stream before we call it a night. Thank you. But have no fear, tomorrow we're doing one more 12-hour stream, or like just under 12-hour stream. Because YouTube doesn't like videos that are 12 hours or longer. But yeah, then we'll be taking a little bit of a break till next weekend. So, let us continue where we left off. Trying to build up this stability to go punch a deer in the face. That's my shit right there. It turns out you can't walk through enemies to my detriment. Fuck. But also, why the hell were there two of those at the front door? Whatever, we're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Welcome back to the stream, everybody. We've just gotten coffee and we've got 90 minutes left or so on this stream before we call it. Okay, well that's enough of that joke. Looking for rifts. So far, I like this echo way better than I like the last one. I pull an all-nighter and see how far you can get? Hell yeah. That's the spirit. I suspect you may be able to get at least through the campaign. You can kind of pick and choose when you want to leave the campaign, because you're actually allowed into the Monolith system quite early on. It's just your character's like way too low level. But for your first time through, it's not a bad thing to go all the way through. And either way, if you want the item faction things, you have to go like all the way to the beginning of the very last act, so it's worth doing at least that much. Parthenon's Vow, not really interested in it, but has LP. Feel obligated to collect everything with LP on it, just in case I want to use it at some point. The LP is a very RNG heavy system, so we gotta have lots of chances. We're done here. You know, we can actually kind of cheat the system a little bit. What if I don't wanna go do everything to fight this, to punch this deer in the face? I wonder how many GG devs are playing this on the download. Probably a not insignificant number of them. Because there are some things in PoE 2 that have some pretty clear inspiration, to say the least. Triple res, intelligence, and lightning damage. I think I'm good. Is the YouTube still in BRB or is my shit bugged? Because as I'm watching both, one muted. Let me double check. They should be getting the same video, so if YouTube is different, it's probably behind. If you refresh or like pause and unpause, it should fix it. Yeah, on my side, YouTube is same as Twitch. But yeah, hell yeah. The Endgame Atlas system is so different from PoE 1, but it also kind of looks a lot like this, the Echo Web. It's just there's an actual map, and this thing you reset a bunch of times, like quite often, and you don't do that in the PoE 2 one. And then the one death zone that was also here first. Trying to think if they stole anything else. There's one thing I wish they would steal, and that's in like anytime you see a chance to cause a debuff that stacks. So like ignite or slow or shock or anything like that. Any of those ones that stack, if you get 100% chance to inflict that. Oh yeah, bleed works too. If you get 100% chance to inflict that ailment or that debuff, every hit is guaranteed to apply it, but then you can get more than 100%. So if you get to 200%, every single hit inflicts 2 stacks of that debuff. And that goes, that just goes. So you can get like 10 stacks of bleed or ignite or whatever the hell every time you hit something just by stacking up a bunch of chance on it. So it's not like a dead stat after you get 100%. I always thought that was very interesting, and I wish more games would steal that. Alright, let's fight a deer. Damage is still good. Owie. Yeah, usually anytime I've gotten hit by that aura in the past, I've died immediately. This character seems to not have any problems whatsoever. Which is fine by me. Oh, please leave me alone. come back here. He thought he could get away. Little does he know I can teleport. Stupid ass deer. What do we get? Frostbite? Disgusting. Armor? Probably alright. 63 Fizz Res, which is not my favorite. I think I am genuinely going to take the armor. The nice thing is, now that we found these things, we can swap around to them whenever we want, which didn't used to be the case. Like, that was not always the case. But ever since they added that, it's been like so much better. So really, if you just farm each one of these monoliths a couple times to unlock a bunch of the buffs you want, you don't have to like worry about RNG to get the one you want. Like if you ever feel like changing, I think that's great. So my armor is 25% now, which is not a lot. But when I started today, it was at 7%. So it's an improvement. Yo, Titan Heart. We're going for that most improved award at the end of the school year, you know? We hit 44 out of 55. That's pretty good. What other buffs could we have gotten there? That's the one. Only way to go. That's right. That's right. Fizz Res, Cold Res, Endurance Threshold, Frostbite, Freeze Rate, Shred Cold, Shred Fizz, Chill, Block Chance, Armor, Cold Spell. That's actually, honestly, Armor is probably the ideal there if I'm not like trying to fix my res with that buff. Which I kind of, it's kind of like, yeah, I could go either way on which way I want to do that. Like, if I don't get the res here, then I have to get it on my gear. But if I don't want to get it, if I already have it on my gear, then we can go for something different here. Which I think it's pretty hard to get like that much percent increased armor on any one piece of gear. And the percentage increased armor isn't that like crazy because I don't have a whole lot. But also because I don't have a whole lot, it's just helping me stretch the little bit of armor I do have, basically. So that's a grand blessing. Stun chance. I actually kind of like that. Is this one ending the storm? Is there anything in particular we want there? Lightning res, mana. Okay. I'm interested. Lightning damage, cold damage, ward per second, also not bad. Shock on hit, freeze rate multiplier, stun chance. That goes up to 100 to 160% chance. Man, imagine. I think the mana is probably the more important thing, though. Stun chance is fun. Stun locking bosses and mini bosses is very fun. However, we have 130% right there, so we don't need both. We don't need both. We'd probably be much better off with mana. Because then we get to drop more meteors without having to recharge, and then surely there's other benefits, I just can't think of them. But I also don't want to do that boss. Hell yeah. It's just handy if you're just trying to find what the options are. What is the name of this one? Reign of Dragons. $13 to $20 all res. That would be huge. That's that one thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 140% res at a max roll from one buff. That's value right there. And the lower version is what? Like 7? 9? It's 7 to 12. And we got 9. So it goes all the way up to 20. Which I think would be really great. But what other options are there? Crit avoidance. Necro res, poison damage, necro damage, physical damage, apply bleed on hit, poison on hit. Melee leech as health, minion all res, poison res. Why the hell would you take poison res for 75% when you could get 140% higher up? Chance to apply slow on hit. Okay. I'm not gonna worry about Black Sun. This left side is all about drops rather than like character power, so we're kind of not gonna sweat those ones just yet. What's this one? Spirits of Fire. We'll look at that one, and that'll be our last one we look at for now. Fire res. Oh yeah, flat armor. That'd be sick. Frailty, endurance, dodge rating. Shred fire res, shred necro res, minion damage, stun duration, fire damage. We have like so much fire damage all over the place that having a 65 to 100% might do something, but not a whole lot. Because the more of that stuff you have, the less effective it is. Like on your overall total amount of damage that you're dealing. Just because of the math, not because of any like penalties. But having what, 400 flat armor, 200 to 300 flat armor. Even if we only get 200, I have a total of 940 right now. So we would get 940 plus. What was it? 200 plus 44%, which would be 88. So 288 into 940 would be like, I don't know, 1300 or something. Numbers and shit, it's like 1200, 1250, something like that. So let's do this one. We gotta get that flat armor. And that's 200 at a minimum roll. It goes to 320, so that's even more. I'm not doing that math. We're 10 hours deep on this stream. I'm not doing that. There's only so much math I can do. My math credits are running real low. We may actually have, suffice it to say, if we get flat armor out of this boss, we might have some respectable damage mitigation. On top of our quite large amount of ward, I think. I think it's a large ward. It's above average for sure. Stop it, brother. Why so many explosions? This is why crit avoidance is great, by the way. So yeah, this is we're lulling the zone into a false sense of security. This is what happened when I came back from the break. We died immediately. And then what happened? We zipped through the rest of that timeline and bonked that boss immediately. So, same thing. Same idea. Basically, all according to plan. Vitality, strength, double res. Oh yeah, we have something to put in the egg, don't we? There was something. Ah yeah, transient rest. How often do resets happen in this game? Well, there's not really a set schedule just yet. You see, the game was in early access for quite a long time. I think they just had like their 5 or 7 year anniversary since they launched their Kickstarter, like yesterday. I don't think they did any resets during the early access period, and then it released like early last year. They did their first major reset then. I think they did another one in July or June. It was like from February or March to June. Then they did a reset. And this is the first reset they've done since June. Or whenever they did the last one. Like the middle of last year, basically. I think they want to chase like 3 to 4 months, kind of like PoE does. Whether they settle on that, I don't know. But that is not what has happened in the between the first 2 seasons. Actually, come to think of it, they did do a reset in like October, I think. But that wasn't a full update, that was just like an event where they reset everyone just for fun because they didn't have the update ready. So if we say it was in June, July, August, September, October. So yeah, that's 4 months. And now we're, what, 6 months out from that? So yeah, probably 2 to 3 resets a year, if not 4. It's pretty reasonable, I think. And especially if I'm bouncing between resets in this, resets in PoE 2, resets in PoE 1, and resets in Diablo 4. I think we're gonna have a... So long as they stop releasing them all at the same time like they're doing this month. We're gonna have a nice schedule of new releases to go off of constantly. I think that should be fun. When I first logged in, it said something about Legacy. Yeah, that's just their name for the Standard League. So basically, the seasonal characters are called cycle characters. The old characters are called Legacy. Am I checking out Dune? No, I haven't really... I think the only Dune game I've really paid any attention to was like an RTS that came out a while ago. I can't even remember the name. That's if that goes to show how much attention I've been paying to it. Nothing against it, I just haven't really gotten into it. What's that? Snowblind? Is it another, are they doing a Dune ARPG? Didn't really tickle your fancy any? Gotcha. Open world survival, gotcha. Running from them worms. I don't know anything about Dune, but I know about the worms. I know about the spice, and I know that fear is the mind killer. The little death which brings total oblivion or whatever the hell. Dune Awakening. That does sound a little familiar, but yeah, I don't really remember anything about it. Is that a wrapped up axe? It sure is. It's my... Oh no, that was the objective, okay. Maybe they're hoping it'll do numbers like the Conan open world survival. Good old Conan Exiles. Which I have played. It's pretty fun. But there's a lot to that damn game. Uh, supposed to be open world. I mean, how hard is it to make a... You could do an open world and just make it the same desert over and over again. That could be kind of funny in its own way. Slay Admiral Hart. We got a boss here. These golems are very scary. I don't like them. They are not my favorite. How many more of these do I have? I have 7. Oh shit. I'm rich. I'm rich as shit. As soon as we get out of here, we're gonna skip all this grinding. We're gonna go straight to that boss and hopefully get the good RNG this time. Imagine what this game would be like in first person. It'd be crazy, dude. I mean, we can kind of play like this. Maybe not. It'd be cool. I'm just trying to think if there's any kind of game I've heard of or seen that kind of functions like that. But even like a first-person shooter like roguelike, I don't think that even really brings it. I mean, maybe Risk of Rain 2 kind of captures the same feeling. Avowed was wild, so you can imagine what that would be like. That one sounds familiar too. Let me look. Is that the... Oh, I heard of it because it's on Blizzard. I did not play this one. I was thinking of Enshrouded. Avowed does? Gotcha. I might have to give that another look. The only reason I think I heard of it is because it's on the Blizzard launcher. And I was playing Overwatch with the boys a while ago, and I saw it. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. Played it through the Game Pass, and you liked it a lot? Yeah. I did not know it was on Game Pass. But then again, Blizzard is owned by Microsoft now, isn't it? That would make sense, wouldn't it? That's too many green boys. We're leaving. Nope, 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 nope. If I just keep throwing meteors at the edge of the screen, eventually they'll die. %17% chance on hit to gain 2 ward per ignite and damned on the target, and 30 ward per ignite and damned on you. Cast speed, ward retention, fire damage, necro. To me, these games look almost like a top-down game. I mean, it's kinda. It's like halfway there. The old isometric camera angle. I almost like to think of it like playing StarCraft, just with one character. Are there any ARPG games that use a third person? I mean, technically, I guess this is a third-person view, but I assume you mean, like, over the shoulder. Maybe I haven't really looked. Maybe Minecraft, the Minecraft ARPG. I haven't really looked at gameplay of that. I don't remember. Minecraft Dungeons. No, that is the same isometric. I don't know. Surely someone's done it. Because there's got to be someone. Maybe like Outriders, which doesn't kind of traditionally, or I guess Destiny is kind of the same idea. This one more, I don't know if that counts as ARPG. Kind of more like a shooter, isn't it? But it can be both, I guess. Maybe. These giants are ruining my day. Because half of them have shields, and the other half of them are just assholes. Problem is there's so many we can divide them in half and still have significant amounts on either side. Actually, I just remember. Ow, no. We're fine. Everything's okay. Admiral Harden is possessed too, and he got the tickle. Bro, what is going on here? Who did I piss off at 11th hour games? Oh, Admiral, you leave me alone. Actually, no. We deal with the Admiral now. He's separated from the Giants. Admiral, come over here. Mr. President, we got him. Okay. A Nest of Nightmares was 17 is kind of okay, I guess. Now we need to deal with these assholes. We could leave right now, but I'm not about to let these go unanswered. They must pay for making me deal with all that. See, half of them have these fucking bubbles. I have to go inside of them to do actual damage. And then they do that shit. Brother. That's toxic. Alright, now I'm leaving. Get me out of this hellhole. Now, like I said before starting that, we're gonna take a shortcut. We need 900 stability. I have 80. Fire damage, void res. What do I have? Grit multi. Poison res. I think we're fine with the one I have. 264. 430. 433. 598. Shit, I'm cheating. 796. I did the math. Oh wow, it's boss time. Imagine that. The nice thing is, this is a triple boss. So I can just hit them all at the same time and do triple the damage. Well, I'm sorry you had to deal with the other videos, but I'm glad my video was the helpful one. If there can only be one helpful video, I would rather it be mine, if I'm being honest. You'd be surprised. There's a very, very large amount. We got the armor. God bless America. Replace. Yes, please. I think the problem with a lot of people that make guides is just a lot of people will turn the camera on and record themselves talking about how to solve the problem that they're trying to make a guide about. Which, I mean, it works, and they get a lot of information out that way, but it's not always, like, the most relevant information. But I work off of the scripts, which is why I sound a little robotic in the videos, but it also makes it so I can just share just that information and make a quick video. So that's what I've been prioritizing. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll be honest. I haven't snooped on the competition, so I have no idea what they were doing. We went up to 1368 armor. 31% mitigation. Which is still not crazy. But again, we're chasing that most improved. We started today at 7? What did I say? Is that what I said earlier? I think that was. We're in there, dude. Well, shit, I'll take that. Thank you. I'll just keep doing what I'm doing then. And ideally, 11-hour stream annual. Oh, dude, we're doing 12. Okay, I have to say 12 asterisk, but we're doing 12-hour streams all launch weekends. So we did one Thursday, Friday, today, and then I'm doing another one tomorrow. Usually I stream Thursdays to Saturdays from 5 p.m. Eastern US time to I don't know, like 4 hours later or whenever I feel like stopping. But I'm making it a habit to do 12-hour streams every day of whatever launch weekend I'm covering. So that's where we're at right now. So we're doing it again tomorrow. Casual plug. Although, same time zone? Hell yeah. East Coast, baby. Okay, we're gonna go back. We're gonna do Ending the Storm. Fuck, but Reign of Dragons. We'll do Reign of Dragons first. Always end up in streams way behind. Way behind your time, fucks your sleep, all kinds up. It do be like that sometimes. I know that struggle. But yeah, I'm trying to while I'm doing these 12-hour streams, I've been trying to think of things that are like things I could make guides about for Last Epoch. Kind of like that Ascendancy one. And there's certainly some stuff like the crafting system, probably. Loot filters, probably. But other than that, it's like, how much of this game is actually that confusing that it needs a guide? There's probably some stuff I'm thinking of. I might just go through the game guide at some point and just like skim the articles, and if there's anything that takes like more than 2 seconds to figure out after skimming through it, I might make a guide about it. But I feel like I do want to make more videos for this game because I have like 3 of them, I think. How to set up good loot filter for Mage, yeah. Like to sit back, take a fat dab or two, and hang out? Hell yeah. Unfortunately, I'm in the one state of New England where that's not legal. Fucking sucks, dude. Am I on TikTok at all? I have a bunch of TikTok, a bunch of Tarkov shorts on my TikTok. which I believe is linked in... It's linked on my YouTube channel. I think I have a link to it somewhere here. Maybe not. It's been so long since I stopped posting on there that I've kind of lost the links. But if you go to my YouTube channel and then go to like the About section, there should be a link to it over there. Yeah, I do. Like I said, I got 2,000 hours. I just stopped making content for it because I used to do both like PoE and Tarkov, like, and bounce between the two. But YouTube just does so much better if you have one focus. Pretty much anything that's on my TikTok is also on my YouTube. So if you scroll through my shorts, they're there. There's like a whole playlist of them. I have like 1 billion stream VODs on my YouTube channel for it. I think I kept them all in playlists. Only problem is I had to keep everything in different playlists, so like I have 1 billion playlists on my channel. I think the last wipe I played on stream was when they added Kalante to Streets and Ground Zero. Like that with music, it's all got to be in its own genre. My OCD ain't happy. Yeah. Same here, honestly. I have like a couple different playlists for genres, and I have one that's just like the weird music that I don't really want to listen to all the time, but like I don't want to forget about it either, and that I kind of let mishmash in the playlist. But the ones I listen to most are all like carefully curated together to make sense. Bro, this dude fucks me up all the time. It's just, it's a champion. It's just like a champion who happens to be like a random dude with a bow. Got this teleporting ass snake all over the place. Motherfucker. I forgot to empty my inventory when I had the chance. I don't know if I can teleport out of here without losing the zone or not. Maybe? Probably? But I'm not willing to risk it. Hey, yo. Actually, I think I did hear that song name. I don't think I've heard of anything else from that artist. However, I think I heard people talking about a song by that name a while ago. Which, I mean, you know, more power to you. Are these boots worth? No. Why did I walk into that? I was holding W. I can't not hold W. It's in my blood. Blocks hits from distant enemies. Okay, you asshole. You should have told me that before I yeeted half my mana. Yikes. Whoops. I don't know why I picked that up. Yeet. Excuse me, so sorry. How many more of these do I have? 3 of them. So we could get like, what, 450 stability real quick to rush up to the boss a little faster. I'm gonna hold on to that focus thing. That's a maybe. That I don't care about. I don't even want to break it. These boots I wanted to hold on to just because they're alright. But I don't think they're worth replacing my boots. Hey, yo, we got 2 LP on Transient Rest, and we get to go again? Is it gonna get 3 LP? Could be huge, could be huge. Oh, yeah, I could probably make a video about legendary potential and a video about Weaver's Will. I should write that down. Slay enemies to slay more enemies. That sounds good to me. Oh, we already got the more enemies. There's a good old damage reducer. 2 good old damage reducers hanging out. Cool, 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 cool. Wish I could say I was a fan of that, but I'm not. The lady version of Weird Al. Hell yeah. I didn't even know we had one of those. Honestly, I forget about Weird Al for like 3 years at a time. Physical damage, mana, elemental reds. Do we have the sockets or the shards to do what I want to do? I have oh, I have 18 of them. Okay. Yes, we do. Ugh. That was that was 16 of our 23 forging potential. I don't know if I want to use the shards at that point. It's kind of questionable because of that physical damage. I can't remove that very easily. Seen a TikTok with him in it, living in Amish paradise. Dear fuck, he's on TikTok? I had no idea. Honestly, a classic though. Another prism wraps, so we can shove that in an egg too if we want. I'm not convinced it'll be worth anything to me, but maybe. How fast does gold stack up in this game compared to PvE2? Probably a bit slower. But I think you, well, I want to say you need less of it, but I'm not sure about that. I know you don't need nearly as much to respec. It still takes a little, but it's like 500 at a time or something like that. But I have, what? This is day 3 of 12-hour stream, so this is like 35 hours, I think. And we're at 1.3 million. But like, loot filters cost, I'm sorry, stash tabs cost me 35k after I have like 20 of them. I pay a little bit to respec once in a while, and that's just when you respec these points. The other ones don't cost gold. The only other thing you really need gold for is Gamba, like at the vendors in town, which that's pretty expensive. I think it's like a couple thousand per attempt. And then the market, if you're playing the trading item faction. And I've got so little experience with the trading faction, I can't say how much gold you actually need for that, but the benefit is you sell stuff for gold. So you can stack it up however quickly the market dictates by doing things that way. This is just raw gold find. There ain't no exalted orbs in last Epoch, so all the trading's in gold. Oh, hello? Where did all those spiders come from? There was like 4 there a second ago. Shit nearly killed my computer. What the hell? Probably a good thing we one-shot them all. Who knows how fast it would have got me. Lizard boy. I still haven't seen one drop its tail, and I really want to know what that gives. But we don't have all the lizard maxing points for the Atlas tree yet, so we may never know. I'm actually gonna go in here. A raised alchemist is probably one of the scarier things for monsters to be possessed by. That's that mortar shit that keeps, or that one tapped me when I first entered this timeline. I guess it like two tapped me, but I got critted. It was a very bad time. 3 to Arcane Ascendance. I don't use that because my mana is scuffed enough as it is. Bro, I can't jump through that? That's cheating. That's illegal. But I can jump through that one? Bruh. Where's the consistency? I make a video about how resistance works in this video game. Because it works different, pretty significantly different from any other ARPG. And it's not something you really need to know. But it's cool. The system they have for resistance is cool. So knowing is kind of interesting. You're level 8, not 6? I'll forgive the misinformation this one time. Don't let it happen again. Yo, what's that? The Ghost Maker. Ward on kill, necro damage for damage over time spells. Yeah, that's minion shit. I don't care about that. Yo, 21. Huge. weird though when I logged back in. It said all characters have been moved to Legacy, and I figured it out. It was like, wait, none of what I just did a bit ago. Wait, what? Wait, did none of it get saved, or was it just saying because the new season started or something, and everything is how you left it? Level 7 Skeletal Mage. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So did you, you made your character in the cycle, right? Okay, okay. That's how you, I think if you play in Legacy, you won't be able to see all the new shit. Like this spider shit that I'm doing. I don't believe any of that will be in there. Armor, bonus damage, reduce bonus damage from crits. Characters in the season tab, not Legacy? Yeah, yeah, you're good then. Flat spell damage is huge. But we only got 2 Weaver's Touch and we got tier 3. Motherfucker. And we need tier 6 or tier 7. 3 plus 2 is 5, not 6 or 7. This Weaver don't want to cooperate, dude. Oh, if I blast the rest of my stability glyphs, we can get to like 600 stability, but we need 850. We'll see. We'll see if we can get one more boss tonight. Hopefully the store sells some goodies. There's some. It's pretty limited compared to PoE's store. There's some good stuff in there though. I think the last Epoch devs are way more willing to be silly than the Path of Exile devs are. So you get stuff like the Meteor cosmetic that turns the meteors into giant beehives. I know there's more silly stuff on there, and I can think of it, but I can't think of what it actually is. There's probably some squirrel shit in there, probably some crab shit in there. They love their squirrels and their crabs. I need to not be here. This is a bad place. Foot of the mountain. I just want mana. Leave me alone. I just want mana. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Enter the oh, this is a cemetery. I thought this was a normal echo. This was all the prelude. The prologue. The preamble, even. Weavers will. We kind of don't care about that. Fire damage int. It's actually kind of what we're looking for. Here's 6 fire damage though, not 7. Champions Coliseum, is that a new one? That is a new one. But it's the one that requires 200 corruption. Which I am not at all prepared for. Cast Fire Aura on crit, I'm good. I'm quite alright, thanks. There was a lizard in there. Dreams do come true. "13 vitality. This man's not getting stunned the way I wanted him to get stunned. Throwing damage. Gross. Attunement also gross. Not my jam. Erden's Watch. Hey, this is a new one that we can also do at 100 corruption. Time travel between the Abandoned Tower in the Divine Era and the refortified Lich's Abode in the Imperial Era. Defeat both the Osprix and Imperial forces to control the Relic of the Observer and alter the fate of your items Relic allows you to swap between strength, intelligence, dexterity, and attunement affixes on your items. What the hell? What was that thing back here that had attunement on it? Hold up. That was a lot of attunement on that item, now that I think about it. What was that again? What was that again? Well, it's only rank 6. Ah, well, and it's a shit base. That is neat, though. We're getting the old stat swaps. Harvest style. It's good to see Last Epoch stealing some stuff from other people. After all the things I've seen stolen from them, it's their turn. Bear. I'm not going to use that because it's way too valuable. Free for all between champions of the arena. I'm probably going to get my ass beat, but we're going to do it. Let's find out, shall we? A wiser individual would use the dump tab. Well, we can actually kind of keep this one. I would rather have more tiers of it, but it works for now. And we actually got both to upgrade the same. I'm gonna do this one. Movement speed and damage. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I kind of want something different. This works. I should leave that one. It's probably pretty good defensively speaking. I got 5, so it could go up to 6. But we re-roll. Okay, that rolled tier 4. 2 Weaver's Touch, so it could go up to 6. If it doesn't, add 1 more. We only have 2 chances for it to mess up. So I think our odds are pretty good. That would probably be a little better than... I don't know if that would be better than flat added damage. Meteor does really well with flat added damage. It multiplies that shit by 10. There was an idol shrine right in front of me. That's what that was. I didn't recognize it in time. Heck. Damage and crit chance. What's the worst that could happen? Oh no, we're going here. Health and damage in the Champions Coliseum. Could possibly go wrong. Defeat all 3. I'm gonna let them walk up to each other. We're just gonna bonk them, dude. I'll never see it coming. Hello? Leave me alone. No, go. Fight amongst yourselves. Fight amongst yourselves. Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Owie! Wait, don't do that. Oh, you stop cooperating. Oh, the third one showed up. They couldn't have just put them all in at once, because then I could have just AoE'd them all down immediately. Cool. Weaver improved it. Huge, huge. That means she didn't add a new one. That's great. I need mana. But I also can't sit here and channel because she's scary. Got Flame Ward back, so we're kind of okay for a moment. You have 0%. There we go. Oh, it was the other one that got a new one. Fuck, that's still bad. Well, at least we have something to reroll now. No, a double 2 LP drops. Cooldown recovery speed for summon storm totem. When you directly summon a storm totem, all existing totems gain 31 spell lightning damage. Forever? Lightning pen for totems. When you use a potion, all your totems are restored to full health and gain damage immunity for 2 seconds. +1 all totems, because that's pretty sick. Why not? Get me the hell out of here. That was terrifying. I didn't like that at all. We're up to 30 out of the 50 points we can get off of that tree. 60% done. Honestly, I might start fighting Harbingers when I get to bosses, but probably after I do this one, because I want the buff more than I want the progress. What? Bro, just do this one. Put it at 6. Stop leaving me in suspense. Whose necro damage is that? I don't think it was the scorpions. I think it was this dude, or one of those dudes. Let's go. We got tier 6. We're still gonna have to reset the other one. Oh no, it was his big green circles. Crit avoidance dodge rating with crit on the crit avoidance helmet, which gives a chance to downgrade an enemy's crit on you to a regular hit. Unmodified enemies have a 5% crit chance. So if you get 100% crit avoidance, they just never crit. So you can either take crit avoidance and make them never crit, or you can get up to 100% reduction of bonus damage from crits. So then they crit, but they just don't do bonus damage. It's the same thing. But taking both would be a terrible idea. A lizard! Don't worry, buddy. I got you. I got you. Go home. Be free. Be free. Bows Anarchy. Well, that went well. So I think if we clear this one and I use all the rest of my stability glyphs, we may be able to get the boss before we gotta call it a night. Seems good to me, boss. Not quite at level 90 though. Just a bit of a bummer, but not the end of the world. We'll get it tomorrow for sure. Like 15% of a level away. Not even a small problem. Bone amulet. That I care about. Volcanic orb speed. Can you put that at, like, if you get minus 100% of volcanic orb speed, does it just stay still? It sounds to me like that's what it should do. I suppose it wouldn't be very difficult to test that. I probably have 2 relics laying around that add up to 50 to 100% or more. What would be even funnier is if getting more than 100% speed reduction made it move backwards. Can't think of a reason you'd possibly want to do that, but it'd be very funny. Unless, say you got like Jorah Star Dial, which gives you a buff, or like gives you a time-based buff to something. Owie, 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 owie. Let's not die to the dog first. So you get Jorah Star Dial, which says triple the. I think it's triple the stats on this item for 4 seconds after you use a traversal skill or a time travel skill. So if they made a modifier for that, that was like, or if you could add a modifier to that, that was like increased effective relics. So then you could make it so you just go over 100% on the reduced volcanic orb speed to make it move backwards temporarily, so it just like goes back and forth on top of the thing you want. That would be funny. But that would also be such a specific use case, I don't think it's worth anything at all. Also, I actually do have one of those on. It's 46%. We're doing some science. We're doing it live. 2 seconds. It does just sit there. Nice. Huge news for volcanic orb enjoyers. I don't know if any exist, but it's huge for them. That stayed at 2 LP, unfortunately. Oh no, that's not the right button. That one. Always fix your bars after doing science, right? we're done here. And now then, time to do some shit. Shortcut. Just barely got it. Nice. Let's go punch a zombie dragon in the face, shall we? But first, mana. Thought I was dead, not gonna lie. This boss used to be bugged where every time he did that that thing where he put those the little green circles on the ground, the little green circles would stay after they exploded. Shit got very chaotic. Oh, I'm in debt. That was close. Shit got very chaotic after a couple rounds of that. Those ones. And dead again. Not this time. I was... Oh, okay. Still prepared. It all worked out. That birth hurts like crazy. Again? I've never seen him do that back to back. Maybe I stunned him and it reset his timer or his cast on it. That might be what happened. It's kind of fun. Oh yeah, I forgot he leaves little shit puddles all over the place after a while. What did we get? We did not get that icon, so that means we've lost. Although, crit avoidance. Necro res. Shred poison res. 20 to minion all res. I'm going to keep my all res currently, even though it's a small value. But those other ones will be unlocked if I ever want to change, so that's not so bad. Alrighty. No dice on the buff there, but we got what we wanted on like 2 out of the 4 we did towards the very end here. And we're not quite at the 12-hour mark, but we do have to end it just a little bit before the 12-hour mark because otherwise YouTube cuts the lot off. If we go any longer than like 11 hours 55 minutes, it's like, no. It actually ended at 11:55. You just didn't realize it. Anyways, so yeah, we're gonna call it here for tonight, but have no fear. We'll be back tomorrow at 12 noon Eastern US time for one more 12-hour banger stream for the launch of Last Epoch Season 2. Hopefully we can get the rest of our buffs for, what is it, Empowered Monoliths. So fixing that one, we fixed this one. I don't particularly care about fixing the drop rate ones, but we probably should. But priority 1 will be Reign of Dragons, ending the storm. And then we'll worry about the other ones. I'll probably start trying to fight Harbingers too. I did one when I got to Empowered Monoliths, and that worked out, but I haven't. I tried one at the very beginning of today's stream, and it didn't go well, so I stopped doing them. But I've gotten quite a bit stronger since the beginning of the stream. So tomorrow we may actually find some success doing that. So look forward to it. But that is it for today. So I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you've enjoyed. If you didn't even already, make sure you smack the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. The follow button if you're watching on Twitch. And have yourselves a good night. And I will see you tomorrow.